I don't know why it's skipping frames.
You don't really know much about it. She's in trouble.
America is in grave danger.
Hello everyone, Quinn Michael here, Shaggy Turtle Studios, Channel 14, WNBI TV. We're high on Retro Junk. And welcome back to Bikini Armor August. Sadly, I didn't get to stream a bunch like I wanted to this week. There was stuff that happened. I went to an arcade on Wednesday. Or was it Thursday? I forget. I think it was Thursday. It was Thursday, yeah. I went to an arcade on Thursday, and that was super fun. Went with my dad to my childhood arcade in Mishawaka, Megaplay, which I've been going to since I was a little kid. It's been open, I think, since the 80s. It's just a big old arcade that's been there forever. And my, I've been going there since I was a kid. My dad's been going there. It's a really fun little family spot. It's always fun going back there, seeing that they're still doing all right for themselves. That might be because they're funded by the Mormons. Only time I've ever thanked the Mormons for something. Hey everyone, how are we doing? Hey, if it's any consolation, I dislike the Catholics more than I dislike the Mormons. Alright? Oh, we're off to a strong start today. How is everybody? I see we have a few people in chat, although I don't know who's actively watching and who's lurking. I feel like people don't show up for my shows for the first 2 hours because they're used to me doing commercials for that long, so they just assume that they can show up way later and it'll be fine, right? I feel like that is a thing that happens fairly frequently. So anyway, when I decided I was doing Bikini Armor August, I had a very specific series in mind that I wanted to do. Because when I think Bikini Armor video games, there is one specific thing that I always come back to, and that's the Valis series. Which gamers of a certain age and demographic might be familiar with, but definitely something I think most people aren't aware of in the modern age. I'm kind of amazed that there is a group of people who remember this game. It's definitely on that obscure side, but I like it. It wasn't like a small series either. They got like 4 entries, and it was on multiple consoles. In the West alone, you could play Valis 1 and 3 on Genesis, as well as the chibi remake of Valis 2. All of those were released. The Super Nintendo had Super Valis 4. If you were a TurboGrafx kid, there were a few Valis games released for that in the West. So, like, yeah, you know, Valis had a presence over here. You could buy Valis on all 3 of the big 16-bit consoles back in the day. So, not an insignificant thing, but definitely one of those, like, C-tier series from Telenet, who is very much a C-tier developer. They make some cool stuff, but there's always a degree of jank to it. Anyway, so let's get this game started already, because I do actually really like Valis. I think it's a fun game. Not the most refined, but fun. This is the PC Engine version, which is commonly considered to be the best version of Valis 1. It's an English dub. I don't know if this game actually got an official English release. I've never been able to
just
pin
a
that
bit
down
more.
myself. But I'll be real, if you have the English dub here, ain't great. But whether it's an official
You
one
go.
or it's some sort of fan dub,
Breakfast is ready. Come and eat quickly.
hell, I wouldn't be too shocked if it was like some sort of AI dub without the parts.
The worst.
I get the impression they might have enjoyed Project A-ko a little bit.
Breakfast, no need. No time.
about the
A bit
stuff here.
stuffy.
At the very least, these actors are not they are not native English speakers. The reason I think this might be a fandom of some sort is because of the Japanese Japanese. No one was the stated influence for Valis is Sukeban Deca.
This place looks cool, doesn't it?
But I gotta be real, playing and looking at the game. But yeah, I think
Serious.
more of
Bye-bye launcher, see you.
I see some Project Eiko, and I see The Fantastic Adventure of Yoko, if anybody knows what that one is. That's like the Bikini Armor anime. Kind of the one that made everything else happen. And as I recall, this opening scene is pretty long as well. Not a short intro.
The victim of humanity either way.
What the fuck?
Weird weather. It was sunny just a moment ago. Come to think of it, I didn't have that dream yesterday. I wonder what it symbolizes when you dream of being called by someone from afar. Sino todo. Is it over already? Really weird weather.
Took a nap while taking shelter from the rain.
Rico, you
Where the hell
don't need
did I
an
find this
umbrella
stuff?
anymore. The rain has stopped. That's okay.
The
It's going to
repository.
rain again soon anyway.
Again, I am not convinced that this is a real dub, frankly. I
You
would
might
describe
want
this
to
as
take
somebody's
shelter
weird
from
AI
the rain a
translation
bit
project.
longer there too.
But I wanted to play the PC engine.
You might not
so...
be able to go home. At least you won't get wet from the rain. Shouldn't you hurry home yourself? Why are you even here going in such a wrong direction? I've come to say hello.
It's
Time to say goodbye.
Why she sound like that? I don't know.
I have to go a bit far. But who knows? We might just bump into each other somewhere.
You know what's
What
really
are you
funny to
talking
me?
about? What do you mean?
What's really
You'll
funny to me
understand
is that,
eventually.
it was either this
No
or playing
way.
the Genesis version and dealing with the slowest
Goodbye.
dialogue boxes
I'm
ever.
waiting for
Can't
your
really
safety.
do well. Hold on.
What's with that weirdo?
I'll try boosting my mic a little bit. Is that better?
What?
Boost my mic over here too. How about this? Is this better? Ah, there we go.
I'm not sure what that says. No, accept.
Alright, and now we're actually gonna get the cool part. Thank you, game, for trying to give me a seizure. It doesn't look as bad on the recording screen, thankfully, but wow, that is flashy on this ERP. And title card? Hell yeah! Valis, The Legend of a Phantasm Soldier, 1992, Telnet. Alright, so... ignoring just how awkward and weird this English dub is, I really need to look into seeing if I can figure out what the hell this dub even is. because I'm convinced it's some sort of fan dub project. I'm not even convinced those are human voices, frankly. Yeah. Mugen Senshi Barisu. Yes, I do love these games. I think this version is the best version of Alice 1. It just jumps right into it. But yeah, the way the background looks here with the sky, the monsters you're fighting. This reminds me a lot of Fight Ixer 1, which ain't a bad thing. I love that anime. It's actually one of my favorites. There's a reason I own the mech from it. I'm off to a great start here. I only have... I have 2 blocks health left, but if I get hit again, I'm gonna die. So... you really want to get around this game, you gotta do the slide move a lot. The slide actually does go through enemies, but if you hit an enemy and you get out of the slide animation, you're gonna get hit. So it's not a get out of jail free card, unfortunately. Oh yeah, one up here. I forgot. But yeah, this is easily the best playing version of Alice. It also has the best animation of the series. Even compared to the later entries, frankly, from my memory, I don't think any of the other Valis games look as good as this one does. I'm not just saying that because of the extra frames. The extra frames are appreciated. I am a freak, okay? But like, this is fine. I just think it looks good. This is a good-looking game. Soundscape's a little hard. You made that jump look easy. I've played this one a lot, actually. Once we get into the later stages, I'll start fucking up, but I got the first stage down pretty well. No, I love Valis. I think these are great games. I think there's just a sense of fun to them. They just made the game they wanted to make with these, you know? They were like, I want to make a game about a schoolgirl who gets bikini armor and goes and saves a fantasy world. And by Jove, they did that. Hey, Elise. I know you're gonna have to go to bed pretty soon here, but hopefully you have fun. Sorry I didn't get this started sooner. I had various complications happen. Oh, I barely dodged that. Ah. That earthquake attack he does is so hard to dodge in the Genesis version of this, by the way. And I feel like the Genesis version is what most people in America ended up playing. This is PK on Legion. Playing for the collections on Switch. I am so happy that these games are available to play. Alright?
What on earth happened?
More of this dub.
Dream. That's right.
And if somebody can do the research and figure out what this dub even is...
That has to be it.
Because let me know if you can figure out what the hell this is, because I'm not convinced it's a real dub. I strongly want to think this is some sort of recent AI thing. But I don't know how long this dub has been around. I don't know what it is.
Was it you?
It might also be an emulation thing. The way the characters like slow down what they're saying, it might be an emulation problem. I'd be curious to see if this sounds any better off of somebody like Grant who can play this on real hardware. Let's find out. They really dropped this after the Golden Export. Yeah.
I don't get it. Is this a dream?
The Golden Export has 2 things going for it, and that it has some really cool cutscenes. I love the cutscenes. And it has some really good music. Other than that, oh, that Golden Export is bad.
Please calm down and listen carefully to what I am about to say.
Please, are you hearing this bullshit?
In your world recently, there haven't been many dark events like this. It's all due to a force called the Kanta that
hello everybody, welcome to the Anime Club. It's playable for sure, but good god. Yeah.
Complicated. And the one controlling that...
Maybe we'll look at that later, since I'm on the PC Engine stuff right now.
The evil king ruling the dark world, Robles. Robles? Logres is the source of the power of life, known as phantasm jewelry. They are shattered into pieces and guarded by those called the
I knew I'd want some
Dark Lords
snacks
of
for this, by the way.
Underworld.
Again, everybody, welcome to Anime Night.
To defeat Logress, you must reunite the scattered phantasm.
I know that Valis 3
and unleash
on a PC Engine got a actual official release in English, so that'll be interesting to check out at some point this month.
Anime! Holy fuck!
Exactly.
Say, I have to
Exactly.
become a wolf.
This
That's too
time is
selfish.
already running out. Warriors are thriving in this.
Ah, and here we go. And now, it's peak. It's so peak. This is the best video game series ever made.
No more questions. Just increase the Bekanta insanity. From here on out, the phantasm jewelry you've acquired should not hurt. Please say this name, Yuko.
Of course. Just a moment.
And the next stage begins. I haven't played past this stage in a long time. I've never actually finished the PC Engine version either. I think I got to the end of the Genesis port a long time ago, but it was a while back and it was on an emulator. Because I actually have never had the chance to own a Valis cartridge of any kind. If I ever found one for a price I felt like was worth paying, I'd do it. Because I genuinely love these games. They're fun. They're kind of jank, but they're fun. These axe throwing guys are annoying. I didn't want to pick that up yet. Okay, I'll just avoid hitting the... I'll avoid getting the bouncing projectile power-up coming up here. Gotta watch out, because, yep, that guy. Somebody's trying to be a tricky bitch. I will say, all the Valises I've played, I think Valis 3 is probably the best one. And we don't need that. On the other hand, we are going to repeat a part of the stage because A, we get health here, and B, there's an extra life here. And I have no reason to not do that. Hey, look at that! Air dashing. It's kind of a thing in this. I feel like there's really good potential in this for like a modern remake of this game, by the way, that goes all in on reinventing it into like a crazy, like make it a playable anime type thing, right? There's totally a way to do Valis again in the modern age. I feel like that could be done. Even the fan service aspect, I think you could still pull off in the modern day and age by making it. Make sure that you're not reinventing Valis for a modern audience. Lean into the retro aspect of it. Make the lost 80s OVA version of Valis. And make it like playable, right? That'd be awesome. Of course, just a moment. Ah, yeah. Look, at least the dub's funny. Alright. I could have just gotten the Japanese ROM and done that instead. Or Yeah, you all know I'm playing this off the Wii. The most convenient way for me to do this. I don't own a TurboGrafx 16. Because I am poor. And as you all know, being poor is quite expensive. Ah, darn it. Yeah, okay, I'll repeat part of the stage. I wanted that heart. I just gotta get back there without getting hit. Easy. I knew that was gonna happen. Stupid, dumb pirate skeletons. There actually was like a mobile phone remake of Valis that I've seen, and the graphical updates for it were nice, but it was a mobile game, so I'm sure it played like shit. And that's not even getting into what the actual last official entry for Valis was, which was the official hentai visual novel Valis X. You know, I know the series has always been founded off of fan service, right? Like, that's obvious, but man, you take away all the subtlety of it and just turn it into a full-on hentai, man, subtlety's just a lost art. Like, you all know me, I'm no prude. Fuck, okay, I don't remember how to fight this guy, I don't remember his pattern. Ah! Hey! Tricky bitch. Alright, cool. Samuel Booth's theory of socioeconomic unfairness here. Oh, okay, we're not done yet. Oh, this screen's actually bright enough, it's kind of hurting my eyes. Holy shit. Okay. Now they let me pick which one I want, huh? I don't want the bounty. Whoa! That's the homing shot, and I'm halfway convinced that that is just going to lead straight to death. I'd like to get that one up before I die, at least. Whoa, shit, never mind. I fucked that up. If only there were a team of them. Ow! It'd be nice if my sword could, like, deflect the, axes they throw or something. That would be pretty sick. I feel like there's a lot of room to improve upon the Valis games. Like, they're fine. They're decent. But I feel like there's absolutely room to make something even better inspired by these. And it's not like I haven't seen people... I have definitely seen people try to make their own, like, Valis successors. Like spiritual successors to Valis. I have seen a few games that try to do that. I don't think any of them have quite succeeded, unfortunately. There you go. Oh! Alright, so that's not to death? Okay. Of course they're multi-hit. I haven't used any magic yet. A harpy. Oh, there was no way I was gonna do anything. My Mega Man skills are being put to use here. Oh man, what now? Oh. Never let me get confident, okay? Ow. Can you stop being a bitch? Awesome.
So you're the next warrior. Quite skilled, I must say. Let me praise you first.
You are Logris?
What's wrong? Your voice is trembling. Indeed. Both the Dark Realms and the entire Axis
Here comes the zookeeper.
have lost their
for
rule.
watching.
Charming young women also enjoy
Check out
watching the
Disney's
action unfold. I've had my fun. But all that ends now. How many can live as
Amundsen, don't
obstruct-
waste Ruby's time.
What's your purpose? What is it?
Everything was destroyed, and everything extended into a body of tyranny. Eternity is needless. Neither the infinite nor the real
There has
world
to be
matter.
emulation issues.
I will grasp the universe's truth in my hand, and rule over the absolute darkness.
I won't let you do that.
Oh, this is interesting. What exactly can you do? For the world, your existence is like the dust before your eyes. Realize your foolishness at the brink of death.
Okay, next stage, I'm assuming? Alright. I have not played, yeah. I haven't gotten this far in a while, so we're definitely gonna have some fails at this point. Oh, I forgot. Okay, I just remembered. If we stick to one weapon power-up and keep collecting that same letter, I think we, oh, an S? I've never gotten that. Oh, well. I think if we stick to one weapon power-up and keep powering it up, we actually get a, we like, power that up. Where did I even get this stuff? I got it off of, Retro Game Talk, the repository. Formerly known as, CD Romance, remember? I guess that's what I should call it. I shouldn't just call it... I should just call it the site... The site previously known as, Ah, dang it. I want those. Ah! Dang it. But yeah, I got it off the site previously known as, CD Romance. That's where I got it from. Ow! Not looking too good. Fuck. Yeah. I actually have all 4 Valis games on PC Engine with some sort of English dub. The only one I'm aware of... Actually, no, I think Valis 2 actually did. I think Valis 2 got an official English dub. That is my chicken's alarm, and I should go check that momentarily. Just a minute to play some more of the game, and I'll have to go check the chickens after that. Shouldn't take too long. I'm just stepping out there to check and see if there's any eggs to pick up, seeing if they look like they're a little warm. Ah! Ow! That was not great. That is my chicken's alarm for a nuisance. I have to go check the chickens every couple of hours. Look, it's just me and my dad. I am home right now. Literally, my family's all out of town except for my dad. I am the only person here to take care of the chickens, and I have to check up on them every few hours. So, hence my chicken's alarm. Literally, my phone saying, "Hey, dumbass, don't forget to go check the chickens." Did you see that sick dodge? What the fuck? I don't like that laser sound. Ow! You bitch! Damn it. Telnet sound design. Yeah, seriously. Look, I love Telnet, but I don't think they were particularly... How do I put this? Because I love a lot of what Telnet's made, but when it comes to their programming proficiency, it's very amateurish. I think that's how I'll describe it, yeah. Telnet's games are very amateurish. There's a lot of passion behind them. I can't deny that. I think most of Telnet's work is very passionate. You can tell that these guys were just making the games they wanted to make, right? And that's cool. That's very admirable. Everything from, fuck! I was trying to dodge roll. But yeah, everything from, I'm trying to think. Everything from, well, Valis to, Gyres? Gyres, yeah. I was trying to remember which shmup they made. They made Gyres. On old SPC, but why does the sound effect sound like a dang Atari game? I don't know. I'm also a big fan of Telnet's, PC-88 version of Megami Tensei, which I've streamed a little bit of on here. I'd love to do like a more in-depth play of that game someday. I think it's a cool one. I think it's totally worth trying to make a full run at it, although the PC Engine version, not PC Engine, the PC 98 version doesn't have, no, PC 88. See, I can't even remember. Too many PCs. Anyway, no, the PC 98 version does not have an English translation. The MSX version does. But, there we go, see? And that's a reward for actually playing the game correctly. Alright, I'll take that. What the fuck? That's evil. That is just straight up evil. What is this shmup enemy design now? These patterns. What are the, oh my gosh. How am I supposed to dodge this? Like that, I guess. This feels like a boss arena. Not a boss arena. PC-88 is a PC, PC-98 is a PC, PC-FX is a PC, PC Engine is not a PC, right? What the fuck? Okay. I don't know why I got scored for landing on these platforms. I guess because they're supposed to be hidden. Interesting. I mean, they weren't that well hidden. Alright, here we go. Now we got a boss fight.
Where is Logris?
Okay. I feel like I feel like there's some glitches going on. Probably emulation related. I'm gonna have to get Grant to play this in like a grab bag or something. Just so we can see. Oh, there we go. See, I knew I had some sort of magic. Doesn't matter now, though, because my magic's all used up. You press the select button to change through your available magic. You stole Quick Man's boomerang attack, you bitch. There we go.
Who would have thought it held such power? You
Something is wrong.
Able to withstand the fate that awaits you. Why? The source of your power is your sister's strength. Something different from us. That is both your strength and your weakness.
This dub is even more special than I am.
Win against it. Wario.
Who is that?
Perfect. Fuck. Drinkable. See for yourself. At that time,
Side originally uploaded the dub to the archive, but the description shows him saying it's not perfect but good enough to follow the story, which implies he wasn't involved in making this. This is so weird. I don't know what goes into being able to dub a, I don't know how you go about redubbing a game like this, right? Like, what that implies. But man, I could get together a better dub than this. Genuinely, I could. I could write a better script, I could get better actors. I could do way better than this. In fact, I'd be willing to provide some of the voices myself. I think that'd be fun. I would need to find somebody to do the lady voices, though. Fuck. I could do the guy voices in this, no problem, though. I have to go listen to the Japanese dub to get an idea of what they're supposed to sound like. But I could do better than this. Again, I don't know what exactly goes into creating a... The fact that the game has a redub at all tells me it's totally possible to do. Because I refuse to believe this came out in the 90s, okay? I refuse to believe this is an official thing. There's no fucking way. The music's pretty good. What is this Battletoads bullshit? Ah! Who are you? Wario. Yeah. That character shouldn't sound like that either. That is a really weird choice of voice for that character. That voice does not match him at all. Again, running with my theory that this is some sort of AI dub, which, again, I can't promise is actually the case, but it feels like they just picked the most generic villain option on the table, you know? And they just rolled with that. He should not... That character archetype should not have a I am evil voice. That's not what you do. That's not... Nah. Nah, man. Nah. Nah. Why am I suddenly not making that jump? Man, they just keep respawning these Some of these enemy respawns are even cooler than the ones in Ninja Gaiden, I swear. And I can say that because I spent a whole month playing that series, okay? I beat all 3 NES Ninja Gaiden games. People don't get to give me shit about that anymore. Oh, that was a mistake. I'm going to die. Face the wrath of my bouncy balls! Yeah, it still sounds dirty. Back. I'm hoping it's not. It was uploaded in 2024. Oh yeah, no. Oh my gosh.
Fat my nuts, with my nuts.
I was actually on YouTube right before the show looking for some stuff I could use. I did see somebody did do an AI dub of the old 3-minute Valis promotional commercial for the Famicom version. Holy shit. Wow, that... Hey guys, you want to help me dub Valis? Because again, if some fucknut out there can use an AI to make an English dub, that means replacing the audio files for a dub is totally doable, and we could actually make one that has real humans recreating the vibe of like an 80s over. Come on. Oh my gosh. This is an injustice. This is a crime. I'm absolutely certain it's AI now that you've said that. I am absolutely 100% certain. Because Oh my gosh, guys, you know what? The voice they chose for Yuko, I bet you it's some sort of Japanese AI voice that they're making speak English, and that's why she sounds like that. Some dude out there made a whole AI dub for this game, and then acted like that was good enough. That is fucking hilarious. Yeah, but watch out, AI is going to replace humans. The only reason it's going to replace humans is because the people paying humans don't want to pay them anymore. It has nothing to do with AI actually being better. Oh my gosh. That is fucked right up. That is awful. We gotta talk, Retro Game talk about this. Well, I don't think they have any rules against the AI dub, okay? It's not like that's illegal or even problematic. It's just a case of, wow, that's why this is so shit, you know? It's like, yeah, okay, so that's when this is awful. Okay. Wow. Honestly, here's the thing. I mostly did the English dub thing because I was curious because I'd never heard it for this game, right? But the actual story of Valis is so simple to follow along with. Like, you really don't need a dub to understand what's going on in the story, because the story is literally random schoolgirl is chosen to be the savior of a fantasy world and ends up having to fight a friend of hers at some point. That's the plot. It is no more complicated than your average magical girl anime. Man. Wow. That is actually disappointing on another level though, guys, because that means that this one, which I still think is the best looking Valis game, this didn't get an English release. We were deprived of this. We did get Valis 2 and 3, but if I'm honest, Valis 2 is Valis 2 is nowhere near as good looking as this game. I haven't played 3 in long enough that I'm not sure about that either. Damn it. And I know for a fact that 2 and 3 actually have dubs, so... Oh my gosh. Hey guys! I'm pretty sure Valis 4 on PC Engine didn't get an English release over here. So the English dub of that on the site, that's also probably an AI dub. Oh my gosh. You know what? I'm not saying they shouldn't have it on the site. I am saying they should have it properly labeled as what it is. Portal's a dumb says. Yep, she just slides like it's a flat. Yeah, there is an air dash in this. It's actually kind of fun to do. You just have to make sure you're doing the slide off of the side of a cliff, and it works. And there's jumps where you have to do it, so it's clearly an intentional mechanic. I appreciate it. Wow. Just wow. Hey, Side, you want to do an AI dub for the Golden Axe port? Because I think that might fit the quality of your work a little better. No, this is a good game. This deserves an actual dub. This deserves the effort put forward by real people. Okay, I'm just not hitting that guy. Man, I'm just sucking now. Made it through the first 4 stages with no real issues, but we are just getting our ass kicked here. No, Snake! Hey, Rada, welcome in. Oh my gosh. So this has been hilarious so far. I downloaded this off of a site. Right? So bad it's good, so bad it sucks. This is... Wow. Okay, so I was aware of the English releases for Valis 2 and 3, but as far as I was aware, Valis 1 and Valis 4 on this console had no English release, right? So I see on the site I was using that, oh, there's English dubs on the site for Valis 1 and 4. So I download them because it's like, yeah, the PC Engine versions are easily the best versions of the game. It'll be nice to be able to play them in English. And the dub for this has been absolutely horrible, and we all just put together... Some idiot used an AI to dub the game, and it sounds horrible. And it's a shame, because the game itself is actually really fun. It's a very well-made game. It deserves an actual fan dub. And the fact that this guy was able to make an AI version and put the files in here literally tells me, yeah, you could do that. As long as we look into what it takes, we could record our own dub and put it in the game, man. I don't know how to do that, but it's clearly possible. So we should do it. Somebody should do it, I don't know. Ah! Stupid enemy placement. Alright, let's try this again. I need to stop trying to speed through the stage and actually do it a little slowly. Yeah, I'm also realizing, the in-game sound effects, like when she gets hit, that's still from the Japanese tracks. Well, that's a problem. Oh. Boss was right over here the whole time. This is gonna be a pain in my ass, isn't it? Especially with that weapon. That weapon sucks for that encounter, so... Honestly, that weapon sucks in general. I don't like the bouncy ball weapon. Go. Maybe I'm gonna go on Retro Game Talk later and make sure to type in the chat that, yeah, maybe tell people this is AI first. Because it is very painfully obviously AI. Don't need what's in that one. Can you believe there's actually idiots out there who think that somehow AI is the future of anime dubbing and subtitling? Like, there's people out there actively pushing for that, and I get part of why, because a lot of people are sick of localizers changing the dubs to fit whatever they want it to say. The Dragon Maid anime series is a good example of that. Literally changing an entire line of dialogue to fit in nonsense about the patriarchy that was nowhere in the original anime. Damn you. Okay. Let's see here. Bro watches Dragon Maid. I actually don't. That's the funny part. I've just seen the scene in question because people who watch it were pissed. Trust me, I watch things that are way more weird than Dragon Maid. I mean, I've said multiple times today that my favorite, well, not my favorite anime. One of my favorite animes is Ixer 1, which... Okay, most of you probably don't even know what that is, so... It's a sci-fi horror anime about a high school chick and a lesbian a lesbian space elf android who team up to fight Cthulhu aliens invading the Earth with a giant robot. This giant robot, in fact, and I really have to go check on the chickens. I was getting too caught up in this. Hold on. But, this giant robot, in fact. How much do I like Ixer 1? Enough that I own the robot from it. Good anime, I like it. I'm not gonna apologize for liking it. I'm gonna let y'all process that while I go take care of the chickens for a bit. I can actually play an Ixer 1 commercial too while I do that. Let's jump over again. Hey everybody, I'm back. Let me mute yeah, let me mute that and plug in my phone. Took a little longer than I meant to. After I checked in the chickens, I went and looked over at the pool. But yeah, I went to check on the pool, and yeah, that needed vacuumed. Frankly, I'm not sure if vacuuming's enough. I think we might need to do some water treatment, because there's a couple days where I couldn't vacuum it properly, and there's been some other complications with it. I was not entirely prepared to deal with the chickens and the pool together. It's been a learning experience, but not an unpleasant one. And honestly, I've enjoyed having the house mostly to myself. It's just been me and Dad for the last couple days. It's been nice. And I did really enjoy getting to visit the arcade back home. You know what? It occurs to me I did not share photos from the arcade trip in the server with Lisa's friends. They might like that. They might think that's cool. I rarely ever post anything in there anyway because almost everybody in that chat speaks French. A lot of them know English like as a second language, but for the most part they speak their native language, and I always feel kind of awkward when I jump in there and start speaking English because that's what I'm comfortable with. I understand a little bit of French, not a ton. I'm not fluent. I understand a little bit, but I'm not comfortable trying to speak or write in French, so it can be a little tricky. Embarrassing some more, yes. No, I want to see how far I can get in this. It'd be cool if I could actually beat the game. Be down for that. Oh. there a way to get rid of them? No, they just stay on screen for a certain amount of time. Okay. Not an unbeatable pattern, just when I gotta learn a little bit some more. Okay. It's fine. No, this month I'd like to play at least a few of the Valis games. Because we got the first one here, and there's 4 PC Engine things. Unfortunately, we will have to deal with another bad AI dub for, Valis 4, because Valis 4 actually has a slightly more involved plot. So, the English dub's actually a little more needed there. Not for Valis 1, though. This plot is less complicated than most magical girl anime, frankly. Man, maybe I'm just weird for thinking this, but turning Valis into a hentai visual novel, like they did with Valis X, I feel like that almost displays an inherent misunderstanding of what makes Valis fun. Because, okay, yeah, the Bikini Armor fan service, the Pantsu, like, that's fun. That's enjoyable. That's some nice camp value right there. But what actually makes it a really enjoyable series, at least to me, is just how dang entrenched in its tropes it is. Like, Valis just embraces all of the classic, like, anime tropes, you know? You got, like, isekai bullshit, which has been going on for way longer than a lot of modern anime fans realize. Characters getting teleported to other worlds and, like getting overpowered bullshit. Like, that's nothing new in anime. Magic Knight Rayearth and Escaflowne actually come to mind. But, you know, you got that stuff. You got the Bikini Armor, you got the schoolgirl character, you got plenty of fan service. It's the tropes and how much it embraces it that makes Valis fun as far as its tone goes. And throwing out all of that just in favor of being just, I don't know, being explicit, I think it just shows an inherent misunderstanding of what is enjoyable about the series in the first place. If we were to get a brand new Valis game, I think it would have to be made by somebody who doesn't just like Valis, it has to be somebody who understands the ingredients that make up Valis. That's actually something I think is a big problem for a lot of spiritual successors, alright? This is a thought I've been having for a while, and I feel like I could make a decent video about it. The problem with most spiritual successors to established properties is that they're purely taking inspiration from what they're being a successor to, without going deeper into understanding what makes the original. Like, if you want to make a new Valis game, or you want to make something inspired by Valis, you can't just make Valis again. In 2006, I only found out it's just porn. Oh, I don't have to imagine. I actually have read posts from people where that happened. The classic Sega 16 boards, if anybody's familiar with Sega 16, they had a whole write-up about it. They were pissed. They were like, I waited so long for a new Valis game, and instead I just got to see Yuko get sexually harassed by a tree. Thanks, Telnet. Not what anybody wanted. Frankly, anybody who wanted that, I'm pretty sure you probably had 15 different dojins to pick from at that point. You know? People were already making the Valis porn, they didn't need it to be made for them. I promise that. Reasonable crash out, yes. And bear in mind, I am not somebody who is opposed to hentai. I am not somebody who is opposed to, like, porn. Like that's not what I am, okay? I don't personally think it's good, but I don't think anybody should be told they can't enjoy it or that they can't watch it. However, I do think it's fair to criticize it when a series that was previously not porn jumps into it, which doesn't happen all that often. But when it does, it's just, I don't know, you just feel like, yeah, that was a massive sellout. It's like the developers are admitting they don't know how to monetize the series anymore.
Oh, well.
There is dialogue that's supposed to play there that I am not getting. Get that bullshit out of here! Fuck! But yeah, like, again, I'm not somebody who is opposed to hentai. I just think that it's kind of dumb that you would sell out like that. Like, yeah, we can't think of any way to make a new one of these that'll sell well, so instead we're just gonna draw a bunch of sex scenes and sell them in a pack with a flimsy excuse for a story. It's lazy. Hell, there are actually good porn video games with actual gameplay. One of my favorites is actually the PC 98 game Night Slave, which, admittedly, I don't actually play the porn parts of the game. I actually turn those off because that's an option, because what I'm here for with Night Slave is the gameplay, because Night Slave is an awesome 2D side-scrolling mecha game in the vein of the Assault Suit series. Stuff like Cybernator and Target Earth and Front Mission Gun Hazard, although that was more of an RPG. Metal Warriors. It's one of those types of games, and I really enjoy that one. I think it's a very well-made game. It just also happens to have porn in it. Which kind of does beg the question. This is actually a legitimate question I want to phrase. If your porn game could be made without the porn, did it really need to be a porn game in the first place? I'm not saying, if by all means that was what the developers wanted. Like, they were like, I want to make a good game, but I also want to have sex in it. Like, you know what? More power to you. Please, go with your vision. I don't have a problem with this. But sometimes I wonder if the hentai part of the game was just made so it would sell better on the intended platform. I genuinely wonder that. It's not like you can't make a game that has, like, that sort of stuff. Steel Hearts. To be fair, Steel Hearts actually does use its porn aspects in the story. It's absolutely gonzo and ridiculous, but it actually does use it, so, you know what? I can't really criticize it that much. Oh, that was a pretty smooth dodge. Hell, some of those porn series would later get remakes without the porn in them, and they'd become even better games. The one that comes to my mind almost immediately is Advanced Variable Geo. Because the original Variable Geo games were hentai on the PC 98, but then when you get the Advanced VG games on, like, the PC Engine and the Saturn and the PlayStation, you get some actually pretty good fighters. I actually really like Advanced Variable Geo on the PC Engine. I think that's a fun one. Hello. Are we out of the water, or are you going to fill it up? What's that? Okay, I appreciate that. See ya. That was my dad. He's going out to fill the water jugs. I am getting my ass kicked here. Man, maybe we should play some Variable Geo. Variable Geo technically doesn't have bikini armor in it, but you know what? A bunch of maids fighting. You know what? For our purposes, the maid outfit is close enough. The maid outfit and the bunny girl suit, I will expand. You know, I'm gonna expand that.
Oh, welcome to the scorching hell, young lady.
There we go.
I hear you took care of that annoying Azog. I must thank you.
Are you a warrior of the dark world?
Sorry, but you're mistaken. However, you don't need to know. You are here for me in all my beauty. To be killed and to die dying, huh?
That didn't work out at all. Ooh, Gurren Lagann! I just looked over at the screen. That is one of my favorite anime. Gurren Lagann rules. Gurren Lagann's also an example of an anime where, well, I guess not just anime, but Gurren Lagann's a great example of something that, sure, you can just watch it on its own and appreciate it, but Gurren Lagann gets so much better when you rewatch it, having more mecha experience under your belt. Like, when you watch Gurren Lagann fully aware of what inspired it and where it's coming from, it becomes that much better. And by that, I mean, Getter Robo. Seriously, if you guys in chat enjoy, if you enjoy Gurren Lagann and you've never watched a single Getter Robo series, you need to fix that. Because Getter Robo is the shit, and it would not... Gurren Lagann wouldn't exist without it. It's also just legitimately amazing. Hold on. Yeah, boy, I'm evil! That's no good, I gotta frick the virus out of you! No, don't do it, I'm gonna do it that right. Yes, that is the Steam Hearts plot. And I can't really be mad about it.
Are you a warrior of the dark
It's ridiculous in such a way. Seriously, the idea is there's a virus turning people evil, and the only cure is macaque.
To be killed and to die dying, huh?
That is the stupidest plot. I love it. Like, how can I be mad at that? There is no universe in which I am going to be upset at that sort of a stupid plot.
Whatever turns you on,
Exactly. Look, we don't kink shame here at Shaggy Turtle Studios, but sometimes we do kink ask why. I am not in any position to shame anybody for what they're into, frankly. That's all I'm going to say about that, but I am in no position to criticize other people. See, I think the trick, though, is that you can be into anything you want so long as it doesn't hurt other people. I think where a lot of people screw up on that front is you don't need to make what you're into your entire fucking personality. That's when it becomes annoying. And that's when you become, that's when you become one of the weirdos that people don't want to talk to. You need to not... I don't know, it's one of these weird things where people talk about wanting to be sex positive, right? I don't think that should mean, oh, I can just wave my freak flag around wherever I am, and people just have to be okay with that. No, you keep your fetishes behind closed doors, and you don't bring it into public spaces where people suddenly have to deal with your bullshit. Your rights end exactly where somebody else's begins. And guess what? Most people don't want to have to see somebody in BDSM gear on the subway every morning. I'm not speaking personal experience there. I have no subways where I live, but it's an example that comes to my head, okay?
Oh, welcome.
Dude, shut up. Oops. Really gotta use that slide in this battle. Ah, fuck. Hey, there we go. Hey, boys, put those tongues away.
Amazing. Why were you supposed to go to such a place? You might run into it by chance somewhere. Tina is unlikely to do it. You can think you're so strong.
Amazing.
I can't believe you're...
Ah, the dark world! Exactly!
It's good.
As a warrior,
It's good
you
enough.
must be ready,
Fuck you.
The reason for our battle.
You're nothing. Sorry for being such a trivial tease.
Amazing, Valis said enthusiastically. Bro, how? It's fine. It's good enough. You can follow the plot. No, I can't, motherfucker. I have no idea what they're even talking about.
That's fucking bullshit!
This is so bad. Whoa! Flying snakes! I'm liking the enemy design here. The skulls and whatnot are great. The mecha are really funny, actually, because for the most part we've been fighting like monsters and whatnot, monsters and mutants, and now there's just robots in the game. Not that I'm complaining. Ow! Fuck you. Back. We got Valis AI slot before GTA 6. Actually, you want to know something depressing? I was looking for images to use for thumbnail stuff. For part of it was actually I was looking for artwork to send Lise as a reference for when she was making the Mary picture. Although personally, I'm glad that Lise went with specifically referencing Athena from the references I gave her. Like she just decided to go with Athena, and I don't think she understood the significance of that. But I was all for it when I saw the art because it was like, yeah. That's actually like the beginning of Bikini Armor characters in games, so and it's very appropriate to reference Athena with the Mary drawing. However, while I was looking for reference material for her, there was a I'm gonna say there was a depressing amount of Yuko. That's the main character of this game. There was a depressing amount of Yuko AI. That's a glitch. And, I gotta be real. I gotta be real with y'all. I think it's being made by the same three guys. I think it's being made by the same three man-children who are just obsessed with the Valis series to the point that they will just will new entries into the world, even if it's through the use of lazy AI copy-pasting. Not even good AI art. Well, good AI art. Yeah, good in air quotes, art in air quotes. It's not even decently, like, convincing. It's all super lazy. So the guys making it don't even know how to use the prompts to get something that looks halfway decent. Not that I quite understand that either. I've used some AI stuff to see, like, what the fuss was about. I actually understand how the prompt thing works great. Like, okay, yeah, I see how this works. The more precise you are with what you want, the closer it's gonna get, but it's never exact. It always looks a little fucked up. That's the funny thing, by the way, I've noticed about AI images, is that even with all these years of progress for the programs, that apparently makes them indistinguishable from the real thing. It's still blazingly obvious to me when I'm looking at something that's AI generated. It's really funny to me, actually, because it's like all these... What the fuck is this shit? Piss off, Telnet. What was that? What are those? What are those? Yeah, that's how I feel seeing those. I am on death's door right now with my health. I could really use a health pickup. And I know for a fact the game ain't gonna give me one. Oh, but here's some MP. Yeah, I can definitely use some of that. More magic points. Okay.
There's an evil presence. For sure it's here. What's wrong?
Well, that did nothing. Fair and balanced game design. Man, what am I supposed to do about that? That is a ridiculous amount of projectiles to be dealing with. Look at this dude. Okay, that gives me a shield. That ain't bad, but... Damn it! Ow! Bitch! I keep going. Now, you know what's funny? For years, we've had people complaining about female armor in video games, right? And that led me to believe that setting up this event for August, I would be swarmed with options for things to play, right? Honestly, it's a lot less than you think it is. I made a notepad of all the things I thought I could play this month, and the actual options just were not anywhere. Like okay, so there's some RPGs, obviously, like full-blown RPGs. All right, MMOs, right? Those aren't things I can really play on here. Those aren't really stream material, right? Damn it. But when it comes to actual, like, traditional video games I could do this month, when it came to being expressly just Bikini Armor, it became actually kind of difficult to find things. Like the arcade stream, I assumed I was going to be able to just play a bunch of things. And it was like, no, if I just stick strictly to Bikini Armor stuff, the option becomes really limited. Like, Athena was obvious, Golden Axe was obvious. Gauntlet I kind of had to think about and then went, yeah, the Valkyrie, I guess. But that was kind of it, like off the top of my head. And obviously I started looking at stuff on home consoles to see what I could find. And there were some options, but like nothing that really fit what I was looking for. So honestly, I'm starting to think the Bikini Armor issue in video games might be overblown just a little bit. Like, it's not even that it's everywhere and that it's in too many games. It's simply the fact that the people complaining about it don't think it should exist at all. I think that's what it is. Ow. Bastard. No hidden items, huh? We already know that there's no health pickups on the way through here, so great. Did not mean to use that. Did not mean to use that again. Holy shit. That is insane. Collectively inhale 50 toasters. Oh my gosh, how am I supposed to dodge this? Oh, I'm starting to get it. Hold on. See, right there, when they go for their electric attack, that's the chance for big damage. I get it, okay. That makes sense. Nah, I screwed that up. I need to be on this side of them when they go for the lightning attack. So when I see their faces light up, that's my cue to get to the other side of the screen. I also seem to be able to jump over their fire when it comes into the corner? No. That was just wishful thinking on my part. Oh! Holy shit, that's gruesome. I love shit like that. There we go. Not bad. Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh. That's some good shit right there. Love hearing stuff like that.
I must go. Face my destiny. And I want to sing.
Alright. Whoa! Okay. What the fuck was that, Telnet? Aw, come on. Not gonna make those platforms? I wanted to get my Wizards and Warriors on. Man, Wizards and Warriors would be so cool if there were more Bikini Armor stuff in it. Actually, that's a great idea. Are there any like Bikini Armor hacks I can do for games? Just visual changes that I could do for games. That's okay. That's an idea. I should look into that. I know there's some Zero Suit visual hacks for Metroid games like Super Metroid in particular has a couple. That could be fun. That could be a fun way to squeeze in a Metroid game this year by doing one of those hacks. I know that there's Adventure Island hacks where you can play as Tina. That's another idea. It would be cool if you could play as the extremely scantily clad women from the princesses you rescue in Wizards and Warriors. That would be a fun way to hack that game, I think. Don't look at me like that. Have you seen how the characters in that game are dressed? The princesses you rescue in Wizards and Warriors, I actually kind of can't believe they were dressed like that on a Nintendo system. Rare was on some stuff. Not that I'm complaining. I love Wizards and Warriors. That game is so fun. Yeah, maybe I should go on to romhothacking.net and check their archives, see if there's anything that shows up when I search for bikini, right? See if anything happens. I'm not sure it will, but it's an idea. Ah, how did I miss that? Come on. This feels more like a level 1 stage. Like, right down to the music and the types of enemies you're fighting. This feels like a starting stage for a game. Not getting towards the end. You know, shitty AI dub aside, I am glad to be playing this. I really do like this game. I think Valis is fun, guys. Ow. These guys take too many hits to kill. I'm trying to be nice to you, Valis. Can you not turn around and get me? Alright. I tried to jump there. Whoa, he's a flaming skull! Ghost Rider, is that you? I didn't know you were anime now. ROM hawking. I do love a good ROM hack. I have seen some pretty cursed ROM hacks too. I once downloaded a pack for the game Kung Fu that just included like all the ROM hacks that existed for it. And there were some funny ones. There was one that turned it into a He-Man game. That was kind of funny. But the problem with downloading a pack full of ROM hacks is that it includes the ones you don't necessarily want. And because of this, one of these hacks was a hack titled... It was a hack titled Kung Fu. Everybody was naked. Dicks everywhere. Needless to say, I deleted that hack after playing it for like 5 minutes, but... Wow, some people just do not give a fuck with what they're making. I just said, you know what would be funny? Putting a bunch of dicks in Kung Fu. That is one of the... That is one of the weirdest sentences I have said. And I've said some weird sentences on this show. Have I mentioned the Shaggy Turtle Studios is not appropriate for children? Like, at all. Back of Battle City where the tanks are guys with no clothes on. Yeah, that makes too much sense. Honestly. Ooh. Oh, no, 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 no. That's really bad. Oh, man. Yeah, I was actually lazy when I was putting the Atari games on the Wii. Like, I was just like, I'm not gonna go out there and download every single Atari game I want, because that'll take forever, you know? So instead, I just went and downloaded a full ROM set, and then because I'm not an idiot, I then grabbed a compiled list of every porn game released on the Atari 2600 and made sure to go through the list and systematically delete them all. Because, not because I have a problem with them, I think those things are fucking hilarious. But because I live in a house with a bunch of other people who also want to use the Wii. Who also think it's cool that I've put a bunch of different games on the damn thing. And I might have some sus stuff on here, but I'm gonna draw the line at actual porn. This is why I don't have Divine Ceiling on this thing. Despite the fact that my morbid curiosity makes me want to play Divine Ceiling. Thank you, Rez, for showing me that one. Actually, if I can, it's not actually, Divine Ceiling I care about in this particular, shall we call it genre. No. There's a Famicom action RPG, kind of plays like an Ys game a little bit. Has a graphical style very clearly ripping off of Dragon Quest. It's actually not a... It's actually kind of a fun game, weirdly enough. The humor in it is extremely raunchy, but honestly pretty funny. Because it also, like, makes fun of various RPG tropes, which I like. It's a Famicom game called Body Conquest. You know, Bodycon, like the dress, but also Body Conquest. It's a little bit of a double wordplay for you, you know? It's actually fun, and the English fan translation for this game, because yes, it has an English fan translation. The script for it's actually really funny. Not a game I could see. It's funny because 90% of the game is fine in terms of being able to save it. Like in terms of safe for work content. Well, I mean, obviously the jokes are still there, but in terms of being able to stream it, 90% of it is okay. Most of the problems are with the rewards for each of the 3 quest lines, which are exactly what you think they are. And sure, if I know they're coming ahead of time, I could censor them, but still, they're in the game, you know? So it's from Strip Fighter 2. That game just plays like garbage, though. That's the problem with it. If Strip Fighter actually had good gameplay, I'd give it a pass, but nah. Nah. I mean, hell, Strip Fighter 2 exists, but Variable Geo is right there, and that's actually a good... That game actually plays well. On consoles, the original PC 98 version doesn't play good. I don't think anybody would be surprised to know that. Oh gee, a fighting game released on the NEC PC 98 doesn't play very well. What a surprise. Can play VGO, but still. Again, Variable Geo is actually good. I'll stand by that. Variable Geo is actually a good game. Advanced Variable Geo specifically, but yeah. That's actually a good playing, the well-playing fighting game. With some pretty fun, it's pretty fun combat, honestly. Although, once again, if you guys see who I play as in that game, I feel like people are going to notice a pattern with my choice in favorite fighting game females. The characters I always play as, my mains. I mean, you all know that in Dead or Alive I main Tina. And when it comes to Rival Schools and Project Justice, I play Tiffany a lot. Not that I'm good with Tiffany, I just think she's fun to play as. You want me to actually be good, there's a reason why my secondary character's Roy. If you're playing me in Project Justice, and I switch over to Roy, yeah, that's when you know I'm getting serious. Fuck. I do love Rival Schools, man. The fact that we're never gonna get another Rival Schools, that irks me. And the fact that the chances of getting a new Rival Schools character to show up in something is even lower. That kills me inside. We got Akira at the end of Street Fighter V. Street Fighter 6 has gone through 2 DLC seasons now. And 2 of those characters were SNK guests. Which I'm not going to complain about. I mean, it's Terry and Mai. But then we also had Elena, who's cool. I like Elena. She's cool. But then we also had fucking Bison. And you've all heard me rant about how I feel about that. And now we have the new season of DLC, which... Okay, Sagat looks fucking sick, alright? I like Sagat. His redesign looks cool. His pose is absolutely intimidating. I think Sagat looks awesome for Street Fighter 6. Sea Viper is cool to see return. Alex is cool to see return. And Ingrid is such an interesting choice for me because she is not a beloved character when it comes to Street Fighter. A lot of people kind of hate her, and I've always found that hate to be extremely overblown, frankly. I do not hate Ingrid. So the fact that Capcom is bringing her back and working her into the lore, despite people's dislike of her, yeah, I gotta applaud that. That takes some balls to decide to do. Will not complain about that. However, I will complain about a couple things regarding Street Fighter 6. First of all, it feels like kind of a tease to put Akira in at the end of Street Fighter V like that. Right? Like, that feels like a massive tease. Because you're putting her in at the very end of the game, right? So she barely even gets a chance to be in the game before Street Fighter 6 comes along. And now all the focus of Street Fighter is on Street Fighter 6. And the chances of us getting a new Rival Schools character in the next season of DLC, I feel, is still really low because there's plenty of other classic fan favorite Street Fighter characters they could add, you know? My other complaint about Street Fighter 6 and its roster, which this is actually, I think, is the valid complaint, okay? You set a huge chunk of the game in Metro City, alright? Final Fight. Home of Final Fight. Mad Gear Gang is a thing that you can interact with in this game. And you're telling me not a single fucking Final Fight character was in the base roster, or the first wave of DLC, or the second wave of DLC. Are you fucking kidding me? No one? Nobody? Really? Like, that actually drives me nuts thinking about, because it's like, you literally set the game in the home turf of these characters. And they're just not invited, I guess. It's not even like they've ran out of characters they can put into the game. Oh, they've ran out of the female characters anyway, because Maki's been there. You know what? I'd love to see Maki come back. I would love to see Lucia again, frankly. I like Lucia. Probably my favorite Final Fight girl. I think she's kick-ass. It was cool to see her back in Street Fighter V. I didn't imagine her to have the Brooklyn accent until that game, but I'm cool with it. Heck, Mary has that type of accent, so yeah, I'm cool with it. Anyways, yeah, just no Final Fight character. No Guy, no Cody, no Hager. Hager might be dead. Frankly, what is a Hager Memorial Stadium doing here, Capcom? Why is it a Hager Memorial Stadium, Capcom? Huh? You want to extrapolate upon that? At least confirm it. You can't just drop a bomb like that and then leave us hanging. Explain it, you bastards. No, I will not let this go. I'm mad about it. Pretzels. Street Fighter 7, there is no Metro City. No, what they're gonna do is at the end of World Tour mode, when the final DLC season comes out, they're gonna pull a KOF Nest Sagas and fucking nuke it like they did to Southtown. And they're never going to address that they nuked Southtown. Ever again. That's what they're gonna do. You really do have to use that dodge more. You know what I would do if I made a new Valis game? And I know some people might disagree with me changing something this fundamental. I would actually make it so Yuko can fucking run. I would speed the gameplay way up. I'm imagining movement that feels more like Mega Man Zero. I feel like that would be awesome. Yeah, can we talk about how SNK dropped a nuke on Southtown? And they just don't talk about that? Like, I remember... So my first exposure to the KOF series and its lore was actually watching World of Long Plays videos of back when the channel was still called CubeX55, if anybody remembers that. I watched the long plays of the KOF series. And obviously I didn't get the full story because they only played as the Heroes team each time. But I got snippets of the lore, and I enjoyed those snippets, right? And I remember, was it 2K2 or 2K3 where they nuked Southtown? I forget. But I remember getting to that part where we all did, watching Shilachi's cheated runs. Yeah! Oh, I knew they were cheated back then. I didn't think he was doing these legit. There was no way he was getting through all these rounds without losing. I played enough fighting games even back then to know that he was cheating, right? But I was like, I'm just watching these to see the story. I want to see what's going on in these, because, yeah, KOF had a story, and it was a decently interesting one, you know? Especially once the Nest Saga takes off. Don't get me wrong, I love the Orochi Saga and its super awesome shonen anime-style plot. I do really love that. But the Nest Saga was so much more crazy. And filled with that, like, late 90s, early 2000s angst that I love. I don't care what anybody tells me, K-Dash is one of the coolest motherfuckers in any fighting game. I love K-Dash as a protagonist. I used to be able to play as him decently well. That was the first character I ever played where I learned how to do a Rekka. Playing as him in KOF 13, which was the first KOF I played. And it wasn't even like a good port of KOF 13, it was the mobile version. And I'm not talking about the good mobile version they made later, back when phones got stronger. I'm talking about the original KOF 13 on mobile, which didn't even have all the characters. That was how I first played KOF, and you know what? I thought it was a damn good port. Even on the touchscreen, it played very well. I first learned how to do some KOF combos on that. I played as K-Dash, and I played as Kula, and I played as Terry. Oh, Maxima too. I did play as Maxima. I'm not gonna discount him. I played as Maxima. Maxima's cool. I like Maxima. None of the other women are cool games, really. Yeah, I do really like them. I haven't played them in so long, so I'm garbage at them, but I do really like them. And I love the storylines in these games. I love the storylines and the characters. I think that's one of the primary reasons to play KOF is the characters. KOF has one of the most colorful extended casts of any fighting game, I think. Part of the appeal of a new KOF getting announced is you just want to know which characters are going to be in the game. What new characters am I going to get to see? What sort of crazy team combinations am I going to see? What sort of character interactions are we going to see? The best thing about KOF 13, by the way, and there's a lot to like about it, but if you want to know what I think is a great, if you want to know what I think is a great thing about KOF 13 that I wish every fighting game did, the pre-match dialogue. Because every single matchup, that's my alarm letting me know to keep an eye out for the, that alarm's letting me know to keep an eye out for the light. Because when it gets dark, I gotta go put the chickens away, so I'll have to pause for a bit. Anyway. No, the pre-match dialogue in KOF 13 is one of the best things about it. And the fact that more fighting games don't include that fucking sucks. Because I think one of the best things about fighting games in general are your large casts. If you can make your characters memorable and enjoyable to watch, that is already all you need to make people get to fall. If you have a good playing fighting game, like if you have your gameplay, Chickens alarm number 2, I have, I think, 4 of those set to go off every couple of hours, just so I remember to go do it. I already watch. I get up at like 8 or 9 o'clock to go out there and let them out first. And then usually once I've let them out for the morning, I go back to bed for a bit. That's what I've been doing. And then every couple of hours I go out there to check on them, make sure they're not too hot, turn on the sprinkler if they are, make sure their food and water's handled, check for any eggs, because if you leave the eggs sitting for too long, one of them might break the eggs, and you don't want that. You especially don't want them eating the eggs. But yeah, I just go out there and check them, and then around 8 o'clock is when I get my alarm that tells me to watch the lights, and make sure to send the chickens to... Well, not send them, but make sure to put the chickens away when it gets too late. The small ones, the bantams that live in the bigger coop, I forget how many bantams we have. We have a lot of bantams, and then there's 3 barred rocks, which are the big full-size chickens. The barred rocks have their own coop that they stay in. And the barred rocks, I love them. They're actually my favorite of those birds. I really enjoy interacting with them. They're honestly very sweet. I like those chickens a lot. Some of the bantams are kind of diva-ish, so I'm not as big of a fan of them. And I don't like the roosters at all. But the 3 barred rocks I enjoy. But there's some stupid birdies. The barred rocks are some stupid birdies. They do not put themselves away at night. The bantams do. The bantams go up in their coop when it gets dark. When the sun starts to go away, the bantams will put themselves away. They'll get up in their coop and they'll wait for me to go close it up for them. Because they're actually smart birdies. Smaller ones are actually smarter than the big ones. The big ones will not go inside their coop most of the time. When it gets dark, what the big ones do is they jump up on top of the coop that they're supposed to go inside of, and they roost there, and they wait for one of the humans to come put them away. They're not smart enough to get into the coop themselves. Chickens eating eggs? Yeah, that happens. Chickens will eat anything. Important fact to understand about the animal kingdom: cannibalism is far more common than you would think. Because animals don't think they don't think about it. If they think something tastes good and they need to eat, they'll eat it. So the trick is to not let them get that taste. And birds in particular are some of the most savage predators around. And that includes chickens. You guys ever see what happens when chickens find a mouse in their coop? Because I have. The birds love it when a mouse is in their coop, because that's live prey for them to chase after. I'll tell you right now, it is not quick and painless for the mouse they caught. You remember, y'all have seen Jurassic Park, right? Do you remember the part where Alan Grant talks about what the raptors do to people? They catch them. Remember that part? Hello? Oh, those fell on the floor, didn't they?
And the Rurus are quite insistent about seeing humans.
Yeah, it's almost time for me to put them away.
The two of them are taking turns crowing.
I was actually just out there like an hour ago. Oh, man. Alright then. Anyway, what was I saying? I was talking about the chickens until I got interrupted there. I don't remember. You know, those giant monsters that come out of the ground are actually kind of freaky looking. Yeah, I was talking about chickens. I said they were dumb. The Bardrocks don't even put themselves away. They wait for a human to come put them away. Because they're dumb. I was mentioning, oh, right. Yeah. Chickens, when they get a mouse. If any of you have seen Jurassic Park and you remember Alan Grant explaining what raptors do to their prey, when a kid jokes about how it looks like a turkey bone or something, like he's like, those things look like turkeys. Jurassic Park analogy, yeah. Yeah. And Grant explains what the raptors do when they catch prey. Yeah. That's what happens when chicken catch mice.
That's no fucking...
Yeah, no. No, birds are extremely savage predators. And they can in fact be cannibalistic. That is a thing. Part of why you don't let... If one of your chickens is bleeding, you need to go patch it up as soon as possible. Because blood looks interesting to the other birds. They want to investigate it. They're like, what's that? Why do you look weird? And if they peck at it and they get a taste for it and they decide they like it, then you've got a problem on your hands. So, yeah. Taking care of chickens is not a simple task, actually. Or a cheap one.
This difference in people. We all know about the color as we've seen on the internet.
Oh, yeah.
The biggest difference is the size of the beak.
Uh-huh. No, birds will eat anything that they can get into. Birds freak me out, honestly. They are horrifying. I think the only other animal in the animal kingdom that freaks me out more than birds is dolphins. Dolphins freak me the fuck out.
Look at the heads of the Bardrocks,
and
then think about why the Skeksis or something. Am I wrong?
No? I am breaking the misconceptions chat has about birds right now. Because I mentioned I need to go out there and check for eggs to make sure the birds don't break them and start eating them. Oh. Hey, your mom. Thanks for the raid. thanks for the raid. That's awesome. How was your stream, your mom? Welcome in. Good to see you. How you doing? We're currently working towards the end of Valis and talking about chickens because I've been taking care of them a lot the past week. And I have alarms that have gone off during the streams, and it was amusing for some people. That was nearly bad. Come on. If I screw up once here, I have to go back to the start of the stage. Hey, there we go. We actually beat the mid-boss. Please give me some health. Oh, Lord. Okay, I should explain something about this.
It's time to settle this, isn't it?
Okay, so your mom, what they're saying is unimportant. This is the first Valis game, right?
Being deceived by
which did not get an English release.
Please,
but for some reason, on the site formerly known as CD Romance, they had an English dub up.
You and I are like enemies.
But this is quite clearly an AI translated dub, and it sounds terrible. Gotta already get food before the shop closes, but if you're still on, I'll be back. Sure. Don't get a chance to read it. I love it. Yeah, it's been terrible. Person who uploaded said, "Oh, it's good enough." Oh shit, this is awful. I could do a better job of making a dub for this, frankly. But yeah, if I'm still on, I will be happy to have you here if I'm still on, and immediately taken out by the Yuko fight because I'm dumb. Reiko, actually, it's Reiko. Okay. I'm gonna have to figure out her pattern. I do always love it when you get a fight against another character who's like the same size as you and kind of has similar abilities. That's always fun in these games. Exorcist Zero, let's go! Oh no! I have been left without weapons. Ugh, dang it. I'm gonna have to get there with a projectile in order to make any sort of progress on that. That's not that long of a stage to get through, thankfully. I'm not very upset about that, so here we go! Hey, look at that! We actually got here with the weapon we need to get that third upgrade already. There we go. That's a good start to the stage. Yeah, the bouncy ball's still the worst weapon. This weapon here might be a little basic, but I think it might still be my favorite weapon out of them all. Ow. Off. Ah, dang it. I actually like this boss fight. This is a cool pattern. It's actually very satisfying to dodge. Dang it. We will get it eventually. Why am I slashing at those when I can kill them in one hit? I can literally dash through them and not have a problem with it. Yeah, next time do that. Nope, that sucked. Come on. Why is it just Valis 1 the Valis 3 on the Genesis? Because the second Valis game got a chibi remake. That's why. Valis 2 on Genesis is Sid of Valis. I'm actually kind of amazed that that game got an English release. Don't normally see the chibi spin-off getting released in the US. We might check out Sid of Valis at some point. Never actually played it myself, so I'm curious to see if it holds up at all. Funny, earlier I was like, this feels like a starting stage, and yet I'm still stuck on here, and it's like, nah, this is a late stage. Okay. Fine. Alright, we actually have enough to get the full power up at least. Take that. Damn it. Bird. In the level 1 stage, Telnet's like, oh yeah? Telnet says, behold the power of janky programming in hitboxes. Telnet, I love you, but your games are not the most well-programmed things in the world. I screwed that jump up. That's on me. No. That wasn't gonna do it. Okay. Man, you just take away, like... Take away 2 full bars of power up, huh? You know what, I think maybe I should stick with the, this weapon next time I have it. And I have the fully powered up version because it has that diagonal shot. That might be useful against Reiko. Okay, there we go. Only got here with regular weapon, but we'll see how that goes. I am not watching this cutscene again.
It's time to settle this, isn't it?
It's select the skip cut. Okay, sure. Back. There goes. was my, Okay, cool. So we're just gonna make this. Okay, cool. Let's see here. Let's just try to keep this weapon for the whole stage instead. Nope, this is not the run. Back. Humongous hitbox. Seriously. Damn it. Stop hitting me. You is a motherfucker. That. Fuck off. Alright, watch me do this sick no-hit boss run. Fuck. There we go. I'm gonna try to keep this for the whole stage. Ow. Hey, let's not get hit again. Fuck you! Ow! Stop that. Stop it. None of that. Shame on you. Oh, that sucked. Ah, fuck. Yay, I made it to Reiko with only one hit left. Ooh, Amazon. If I had Dragon's Crown, I'd play it on here.
It's time.
That is something Vanillaware really needs to re-release on modern consoles. Hey, check that out. Hey, look at that, we did it. Wait, why did Optimus not show up? That's not fair.
Amazing.
There he is. The best part of that clip is Blitzwing screaming at the end.
I don't remember being saved.
It's weird though, KBX, because I swear I have the way you typed it as an alias, so it should have worked.
We meet again. I fought and was defeated. That's why I'm dying.
Oh, this dialogue.
You're not really like that.
You slapped this shit in the Google Translate, you had an AI voice it, and you did no second passes. I am by no means a professional scriptwriter, but this is making me cringe so bad. Localization, motherfucker. Have you ever heard of it?
For such lies. They're not lies, are they? At least, they might be important to me. Please don't speak loud. The scars resonate.
That'd be funny.
Are Yuko's parents also in a good
I
way?
fought and was defeated, that's why I'm dying. What even?
Oh, I guess.
Is this a group of your friends that don't know who I am?
I'm
I mean, I think they can guess who you are, because I already mentioned that it's just me and my dad.
Yeah, some of your other friends.
Oh, yes. Some of your other friends, yes. No, this...
Our house is all over the
Somebody
place.
made an AI dub of this stupid game. And it's awful.
Didn't always make it
Like,
fun.
good lord.
Seeing happy people makes me envious. I was always mean. Outsmart others, rise above them, and live on.
Bruh.
I kept thinking about stuff like that. Ray, we can't talk about this anymore.
Want something, that's
Did you take up Fogless's invitation too? But... Actually, I just wanted to run away. I just didn't care anymore.
You know what's sad is that the Genesis version is the official English localization, and it's fine.
I was about to
There's
die
one problem with
there.
it, and that's
Don't
that
say
it has
silly
the
things.
slowest text scroll I've
Surely.
seen in any game ever.
I'll help you out.
What the fuck was that voice?
You are wearing them. For me.
Just kiss already.
I wonder if we became friends.
Till now. From now on. It's getting dark. What do you think?
Can't see a step further.
Goodbye. Thank you. Echo. Yay, so big.
Oh, yeah, fine. Yeah, I won't do that. I was confused when you said hit your amps, and then I was like, oh, that's what the Mountain Dew energy drinks are called. I was like, I have not touched any of your music equipment, dude. I don't have a death wish.
Mortal Kombat. I won't be swayed by such a trivial situation.
That's not that hard.
I never relied on such a young girl from the start. What's up? Want more? Then come to the castle of the world. Let's see how powerful this so-called friendship of yours really is. Wait for it. Warriors of Valis, be patient.
Unforgivable. I wonder. With my own hands.
Bro! This is dog shit. Good enough. Alice AI dub. Not even once. I feel like I'm playing Ninja Gaiden Shadow again at this part. Yeah, no, I refuse to believe dude, these characters' voices change on the... They change at the drop of a hat. There's no consistency to it. Good enough. Good enough, the AI bro says. This is dog shit. It is the biggest piece of dog shit. Oh, fuck. Also, I'm just now noticing we have not had a single weapon power-up show up in this entire stage yet. Okay. I feel like the 1-up's nowhere near as useful as think the 1-up's actually less useful than a weapon power-up would be right now. But, okay. No weapon power-ups. Well, shit. Damn it. Oh hey, Tenchi Universe. It's actually a fun anime. Made it back with Jersey Mike's. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I think we're on like at least the second to final stage, and ooh, this is a piece of work. That platform spawned slightly off center from where it's supposed to be. That's a problem. Classic Telnet jank right there. You missed out on an absolutely hilarious cutscene with some terrible AI voiceovers. Dude on the page is just like, it's good enough. Didn't even say it was an AI dub, by the way. He's just like, yeah, the story's understandable. It's good enough. And then we start playing it, and it's like, oh. Oh, no. I refuse to believe the guy who made this even listened to the finished product. There's no way somebody releases this and goes, good enough. That's just for the fan dub that was released on the site. The actual game, this is easily the best version of Alice. Plays great. Got a few bugs, but show me a Telnet game that doesn't. This part's reminding me of Legendary Axe 2 and a little bit of Magic Sword by Capcom. That's a good game. Damn it. Love Magic Sword. Yeah, I've always loved Magic Sword since I was a kid. I remember watching my dad play it on an emulator. And, yeah, this is the most 2000s kid thing ever, but when I got my first iPod, Capcom had this app on it that was like an arcade app. Where you could... It gave you tokens every so often they could spend on the machines. But you could also pay to unlock the games fully. And on that arcade, I had Final Fight. I had Street Fighter 2... I want to say Champion Edition? Maybe it was Hyper Fighting. I don't remember. But, and I had Magic Sword. And let me tell you, I played the crap out of Magic Sword on the go many times. That was actually like a frequent, if I was on like a long car ride, I would actually just boot up Magic Sword. It's always fun. Hey, Falco, welcome in. Played that game in the arcade. I wish I'd seen an arcade cabinet of it. Like, the amount of Capcom games I've actually seen in an arcade is very low. My local arcade as a kid, they had Super Turbo, unsurprisingly, right? Like a Super Turbo cab, that's not that unbelievable for a fairly large arcade, you know. But like that makes sense. But I don't recall seeing any other Capcom games at Mega Play as a kid. I think it was just Street Fighter. I did see a what was it? There's something I saw at a different arcade, and I'm struggling to remember what it was. Now, I think most of the arcades I went to as a kid, I would see a lot of Konami machines. I would see a lot of Sega. Sega was freaking everywhere. Namco, obviously, you'd see a lot of Namco. But Capcom games? Yeah, not as much around here. Even when my dad talks about them, the place I hear him usually playing the Capcom games at was at the 7-Eleven. They had Willow, and I think Magic Sword was also one of the ones he said was there. Now, Willow, that is... that is one of Capcom's most underrated arcade games. Love Willow. Everybody play a few more games before I go to bed, but I'll swing by once we're done. Okay, well, Falco, while you're here, appreciate the extra frames. Because I think this is the only Valis game that has that. Just the first one. They were cowards. Not Western Super Turbo? Yes, Western Super Turbo. Hey, I never saw anybody playing that game on single player. Anytime somebody was playing the Super Turbo cab, it was versus matches. It was a big-ass cabinet, too. When I was a kid, they had those games lined up. Currently where the Daytona machines are. They have a full linked set of, like, 8 Daytona cabs. But back before the Daytona cabs were in that spot, it was basically a lineup of fighting games. They had all 4 Mortal Kombats. They had KI. I want to say at one point in the past they had, I think they had Primal Rage at some point. They played one of the OG Street Fighter 1 machines in a random clothing store. I've never gotten to play the one with the pressure pads myself. But I did play Street Fighter 1 once in an arcade. I forget where the arcade is. It's right off the toll road. I played it there when we stopped at this arcade on the way to Fort Wayne for an appointment I had. And that was actually the appointment where they found out I was autistic. That was an interesting trip. But yeah, I remember playing Street Fighter 1 there, and actually not hating it. I've never hated Street Fighter 1. I have issues with it. I really... If you guys have seen me play Street Fighter 1 on here before, you've seen me absolutely lose my shit fighting Adon and Sagat right at the end. They drive me insane. Those are not fair fights. Conversely, if you had the machine, you were an arcade no matter what else was going on. Yeah, I can imagine. Daytona... Oh man, yeah. But yeah, so where the Daytona cabs currently are in Mega Play, when I was a kid, it was all 4 MKs, it was KI, I think they had Primal Rage, and at the very end, instead of in the row, instead of being in the row with the rest of the games, at the very end, kind of as like a, what would you call that? An end display, I guess? I don't know. But at the very end there, ooh, Senran Kagura, they had a big-ass Street Fighter Super Turbo cabinet. Which it was cool. Not one of the cabinets I played growing up. I had 2 specific cabinets that I would always gravitate towards. And those were Super Pac-Man, which when I was a kid, they had Super Pac-Man directly in the back in the corner, kind of off on its own spot, which I love that about it. That made Super Pac just feel all that more special, and it is still my favorite arcade game to this day. And the other one I always played... Well, not always, but the other one I would play if I didn't want to play Super Pac was Star Wars, the 1983 one by Atari. Which, unfortunately, they do not have there anymore, and my assumption is that the Vector monitor probably failed. Unfortunately. Any shmups? No, I don't think so, actually. The only shmup I remember in my hometown... I mean, use the magic there, but fine. But the only shmup I remember seeing in any arcade in my hometown was at, it was at the Dollar Theater, which had a really cool set of arcade games in the lobby. That lobby actually had some of the coolest arcade games, and I'm kind of sad I haven't seen those cabinets pop up anywhere else, now that the Dollar Theater's been gone for years. I really hope somebody has those and is putting them to good use, because they had some good shit in that arcade. They had the first House of the Dead. They had Die Hard Arcade. They had X-Men at one point. I remember them having X-Men. I don't know if they still had it. They obviously had Time Crisis 2, because everybody has Time Crisis 2. Every arcade, I swear, has at least one Time Crisis game. Doesn't matter who you are. If you're running an arcade in this day and age, you probably have a Time Crisis machine laying around somewhere. Could be Time Crisis 2, 3, 4, but it's one of them. And luckily, Time Crisis is still fun. Mar Brothers was in an arcade at the Dollar Theater. Nice! The VS system, I'm assuming? But yeah, that one always had that, and they did have a shmup. They had Aero Fighters, which I don't think I ever stopped to play the actual Aero Fighters cab in my movie theater myself, but that is a good game. Love Aero Fighters. Oh yeah, they also had Carnival, which is a game I used to be terrified of when I was younger. I have never lived that down. I ran away screaming from that cabinet more than once. Love the game now, though. Carnival's... It's a fun game. I really like it. I like the tone and aesthetics of it. But it is... It is a cheap bastard of a game. That is not a game you are able to complete with 1 credit. It's impossible to do so. It wants your quarters. Still a fun game, though. I do enjoy it. What is this Mega Man bullshit here? Or I guess it's more like Capcom, not Capcom, it's more like Konami Castlevania bullshit, I guess. Ow! Okay, what do you want me to do here? What do you want? Literally, what do you want me to do? Oh my gosh, go fuck yourself. Oh, this is definitely a final boss level. Pulling out all the bullshit platforming segments. There was a third cabinet I enjoyed playing at my local arcade, but it was the one I played the least of because I was always playing it at home anyway. And that was the Joust cabinet. Which it was cool to play it in the arcade every once in a while, but I had Joust back home on like both the Atari and the NES. So if I was playing Joust, I was probably playing it at home and enjoying the hell out of it because I love Joust. That is also one of my favorite arcade games. That's like my top 3 right there. It's Super Pac-Man, Joust, and Star Wars. Honestly, that Joust machine is not the one that I have the most fond memories of playing. There was an indoor flea market around here, and in the back of the building, they had a small little arcade in the corner, and there wasn't a ton in the arcade that was like super cool. The one thing they had that I absolutely marked out for when I saw it, and I consider it to be one of the coolest cabinets I ever got to play because it's not a very common one at all. But they had a cocktail Joust machine, like one of the sit-down cabinets. And while it was there, and while that flea market was still there, I always wanted to stop and play that one when I was in there because there's just something about the sit-down cocktail version of Joust that just feels right. That is the way to play Joust Arcade, and it is unfortunately the far less common of the machines. And I've never seen a Joust 2 machine. I'll say that straight up. I didn't even know Joust had a sequel for the longest time until I just randomly ran across it on the internet one day and was just like, what is this? What do you mean Joust had a sequel? And it's a weird sequel too, so like... I don't hate Joust 2, I think it's cool. I think it's cool how they tried to update the formula, but it's definitely a weird one. Damn it. Talking about Elevator Action Returns and now I need... Oh my gosh, Elevator Action Returns is so good. That's one of the best games Taito ever made. I had that on the PS2 on the Taito Legends compilation, which remains one of my favorite compilations ever made. That was the compilation that made me a Taito fan. Because not many of my arcades had Taito games. I think they only have one at Mega Play, and it's Operation Thunderbolt, which I did actually play on Thursday. Fun game, but like a lot of gun games from that era, it is so cheap, man.
still fun. Although if I'm gonna play a gun game of that variety, I would rather play Beast Busters, or I'd rather play Beast Busters, or I'd rather play why's my brain blanking? Alien 3: The Gun. Alien 3: The Gun is one of the coolest arcade gun games ever made, and I feel like nobody ever talks about it. Wait, hang on. I can get the hoping doing for the Saturn version. Oh, elevator action returns. So I can't tell you how the emulation is. All right, that's not really something I can say for sure. The emulation might be kind of garbage. It's a PS2 game, but yeah, there is a way to have a copy of Elevator Action Returns without paying for the Saturn version. Where's my copy? It's over here somewhere, I think. Oh, this is the old copy that doesn't work. I have a newer copy somewhere around here in the room. I'll figure out where it is later. Alright, so this is my old copy with the scratch disc that doesn't work anymore, but this right here. This right here has Elevator Action Returns on it. How I played it. And also, this is just a good collection, by the way. This has just some of the greatest hits from Taito. This has Darius Gaiden and G Darius. This has Dungeon Magic. This has Legend of Kage, Kiki Kai Kai. This has Growl, which I love Growl. It has Gun and Frontier. Space Invaders 95 and Space Invaders 4 are on here. Although I think they called it... No, okay, it's just Space Invaders 91. This has Liquid Kids. Oh my gosh, this has Cleopatra Fortune. I love that game. Cleopatra Fortune is actually one of my favorite puzzle games. I still play that online against people on the regular. Especially my buddy Falco, I tend to play that. It's totally worth checking out. Taito Legends 2, specifically. I've never actually played the first compilation. I'm sure it also has some great games on it, but this is a good collection. Oh yeah, it has Arabian Magic on it as well. That's a fun... You know, that is yeah, that's Arabian Magic, right? Yeah, Arabian Magic, as opposed to Sega's kind of janky Arabian Fight. I believe Taito Legends 2 can be found for around 30 to 40 bucks currently. It's not an uncommon or rare game, but it is one that I think is a little in demand because of the value of it. Because you get a lot of good games on that. I really like that compilation. It's one of my favorites. I have a lot of PS2 compilations, because that was, I swear, the PS2 was the last time video game compilations were actually really good. Because then they realized they could just sell the games individually. Oh, there's my copy of Taito. Come over here. Yeah. They realized they could start selling them to you piecemeal, and things got shitty really fast. Wait, you mean we can make people pay a ton of money for one game instead of a little bit of money for a bunch? Why weren't we doing this in the first place? And it all went to shit. Yeah, I'm taking a break from Dallas for a second. Give me a break. Hold on. Here we go. So, yeah, Taito Legends 2, I actually found my copy here, and I think I have the instruction booklet in this? I do. I do have the instruction booklet in this, which means I can look at the game list real quick. Let's go down this, like, alphabetically. Let's see what we got. In Taito Legends 2, you get Alpine Ski, Arabian Magic, Balloon Bomber, Bond's Adventure, which is a fun one, Camel Try, Shack and Pop, Cleopatra Fortune, Crazy Balloon, Darius Gaiden, Don Dokodan, Dungeon Magic, Elevator Action Returns, Football Champ, Frontline, G Darius, Geki Rendan, Grid Seeker, Growl, Gun and Frontier, Insector X, Kai Kai, Curry Kinton, Liquid Kids, Lunar Rescue, Metal Black, Nastar, which is the sequel to Rastan, that's terrible, Puchi Karat, Puzzle Bobble 2, Pix, Ray Maze, Ray Storm, Space Invaders 95, Space Invaders DX, Space Invaders 91, Devalion, which is that cool mecha dragon game, The Fairyland Story, The Legend of Kage, Violence Fight, and Wild Western. And yeah, it's a great compilation. Literally just bought it for $14.99. Oh, nice! You got that for way cheaper than I did. Yeah, right here. My copy right here is, this was 25 bucks. Saved you 180. Hey, hopefully you enjoy it. I'm sure a lot of collectors would tell you the Saturn version is worth more because it's The Saturn version, from what I've been told, is a great port. I think they might have even upgraded it a little bit. But I played it on the PS2, and I enjoy it just fine like that. Sometimes it doesn't matter that you have the best version of the game to play, it just matters that you have a version of it to own and play, you know? Or why I buy these compilations. Like, just for an example, a compilation that's a little shaky, that isn't great, the emulation of it's kind of garbage, the original Capcom Classics Collection. This feels almost bootleggy. Like, okay, the case is obviously not the official original case. This is a used copy, somebody put the PAL version on it, but the disc is the American version, and it's a legit PS2 disc, okay? However, the actual compilation itself feels very bootleggy. And I swear to you, Commando on this just doesn't work right. Commando feels busted. But it's a good compilation in terms of what games you get. You get 1942, 1943, 1943 Kai, Bionic Commando, Commando, XX's, Final Fight, Forgotten Worlds, Ghosts and Goblins, Ghouls and Ghosts, Gunsmoke, Legendary Wings, Mercs, Pirate Ship Higemaru, Section Z, Sun, Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition, Street Fighter 2 Hyper Fighting, Super Ghouls and Ghosts, Trojan, and Vulgus. So in terms of the games you get, it's a good value. It's just the emulation on it ain't the best. It's also about time I go put the chickens away. It is getting dark. Capcom Classics Collection Volume 2 has some... This actually has, like, the really good ones on it, okay? I don't think it tells you what it has on the back, but this does have the manual with it, I'm pretty sure. So let's go over this. We're just going over what we have now before I go put the chickens away. You have the Sonic Collection, that's good. Mega Man X Collection, I have that. Midway Arcade Collection 2, I have that. Real About Fatal Fury and Art of Fighting Collections, I have Fatal Fury, I don't have Art of Fighting. Namco Arcade Classics for PSP, I don't have. Darkstalkers and Sam Show, I do have Sam Show on the Wii. Let's see here, what does Capcom Classics Collection got? Because this has some really good stuff on it. Alright, we get 1941 Counterattack, Avengers, Black Tiger, Block, Captain Commando, Eco Fighters, The King of Dragons, Knights of the Round, Last Duel, Magic Sword, Mega Twins, Quiz and Dragons, Sidearms Hyperdyne, Street Fighter 1, Strider, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, The Speed Rumbler, Three Wonders, Tiger Road, and Varth. And by the way, in terms of Quiz and Dragons, you also get a bonus version of Quiz and Dragons that is all Capcom Quiz themed. And it's super fun. It's a bunch of like 2000s era Capcom Quiz stuff, so it's like super nostalgic. You know, at this point. Back when the game came out, that trivia was all current. Moving on, another thing I have... Actually, you know what? First of all, I will address... Yeah, Midway Arcade Treasures 2. I got this. This has some great games on it. I have Fatal Fury Battle Archives Volume 1 and 2. So, pretty much every Fatal Fury that isn't either an obscure PlayStation 1 game or Garou, which really, they should have put Garou on the second collection here. Like, come on. This has 4 games on it. This has the Real Bout series, which is only 3 games. They totally could have snuck Garou on here. You have every Fatal Fury game? I love Fatal Fury, man. Fatal Fury makes me happy. My second favorite fighting game series after Samurai Showdown. Samurai Showdown's my favorite. Also, in terms of Neo Geo games I own, World Heroes Anthology, because I actually love the World Heroes games. Those are fun. I got Street Fighter Alpha Anthology, which comes with Street Fighter Alpha 1, 2, 3, 2 Gold, and it comes with Super Gem Fighter Mini Mix, which is the Chibi Capcom fighter, which is a very interesting game to have. I think it was also called Pocket Fighters in some region. Not to be confused with the puzzle game. This is the Chibi fighter. It's good. You have that, but you don't like it. You can do jank stuff. Let me see here. And then finally, this is probably the weirdest compilation I own. And I know some people will thumb their nose at it just on principle. The Sega Classics Collection is not a collection of classic arcade games. This is a collection of budget 3D remakes of classic Sega games, which sounds awful. And some of them aren't great. The Golden Axe remake on this is total ass. Like, not worth playing, really. Although, it can be funny in a funny thing. However, what this does have this does have is the 3D remake of Outrun, the 3D remake of Space.
And I'm not normal!
It's those weird versions. Yes, I love these weird versions. Even Golden Axe, which isn't great. But you get the 3D remake of Outrun, which is great. The 3D remake of Space Harrier, which is great. Virtua Racing, which is great. Monaco GP is great. Fantasy Zone is still good. And then, the actual reason to own this, straight up, is the remake of Alien Syndrome. Because that remake of Alien Syndrome is the tits. Like, I love that version of Alien Syndrome. The one that turns into a full-blown, super gory, like, twin-stick shooter. And bear in mind, I love the original Alien Syndrome too. It's one of my favorite video games. Like, ever. So, like, it's good. I love that collection. That is a good collection to have. It's one of my favorites that I have on the PS2. I've definitely played it on here a couple times, especially the, I have played the Alien Syndrome remake on here at least twice, if not more. I love that version. Let's put these back on the shelf. I have a lot of fighting game stuff. I also have King of Fighters 2006, which is just Maximum Impact 2, but they called it 2006 for some stupid reason. I got Tekken 5, which also has Tekken 1, 2, and 3 on it, the arcade versions, which was always really interesting to me that they did that. Tekken Tag, Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution. Good stuff right there. Also, yeah, I gotta go put the chickens away, so we're gonna go to a commercial break here real quick. Just gotta put my games back on the shelf. So, yeah, there's some good stuff. I also have some compilations for the Wii. I have Sam Show, I have the SNK Arcade Classics collection. I have the Data East Arcade Classics collection. It's on the Wii as well, which has, like, bad dudes on it. It's a good collection. You own 169 fighting games physically. That is awesome. I don't own nearly that many, but I love the genre, man. I love fighting games. I love being able to get people to play them with me. It's part of why I'm so excited to do Fightcade every other Friday. I've even hosted my own Fightcade nights occasionally, but I'm kind of busy lately with the theme months. Anyway, yeah, it's getting dark outside. I'm gonna go put the chickens away, and then I'll be right back. So let's go to break, and hopefully when I come back, we'll be all ready to try and finish up Valis, because we're close to the end. Harvest Moon is a fucking lie. You, in fact, do not pick up chicks by doing farm work. Fucking video games lying to me. You know, I've never played a Popful Mail game. I should maybe try doing that with the Sega version, maybe, for this month. We'll see if we get to that. But yeah, hey everybody, I'm back. Thank you all for waiting. Had to put away those chickens. They, you can't exactly put themselves away, you know? Gotta go out there and shut everything up for them. Check around, make sure the coop's completely secure, don't want any critters getting in. You know how it is. Alright. Well then. What we gotta do is we gotta, that's a good meme, KBX, I just saw that. What we gotta do, we gotta do this. We gotta finish this. I gotta actually see if we can do this bullshit platforming. Let's see if we can handle it. All right. Damn it. Okay. Fuck.
Damn it. By the way, while I was gone, I did a little bit of research. Do you know why this is the best looking Valis game on the PC Engine? Turns out there's a pretty valid reason for it. It's because Valis 1 was the last PC Engine version to be made. This came after Valis 2, 3, and 4 on the PC Engine. I guess they just decided, well, hey, we made the other ones, we might as well remake the first one. And as a result, it's the best looking of the three. That makes so much sense. Also, we're gonna die. There we go. Okay. That's a choice. Sure is. There's a pretty valid reason. It makes a lot of sense, though. Because then you look at this, and you look at how good it looks, especially on the system, and you just go, oh, yep, that'd do it. That's why this looks the way it does. Kind of makes me curious now that I know that, how the other games play in comparison as well. To be completely fair, the PC 98 original Valis, like the PC originals, honestly, let's just go with the original PC Valis games, are pretty janky. I don't know if you guys have ever looked into them, but the original PC versions of the Valis series are, they're unique. Yeah, we'll go with that. The console version's definitely, up to the playability, I would say. Oops. Trying to be fancy and air dash into him. Didn't work. It sure is a video game. You just watch port comparison now, and yeah, it sure is a video game. Oh yeah. If you want a more in-depth look, Basement Brothers did a, he did videos for the first two, and oh man, if you think it looks weird to watch, you should hear how you're supposed to play it. No. The best versions of Valis 1 to play are, well, it's this, which, you know, is the final console version of Valis 1. And, it's, the other one that is worth playing, although not quite as good as this, but it's a competent port, it's good, is the Sega Genesis version. Sega Genesis version of Valis is pretty good. A little slow for my taste, but it works. And yeah, Basement Brothers mentioned, I love that channel. That is a channel that covers things literally nobody else is going to cover. That is very important to me. Because nobody else covers the content that Basement Brothers does. They actually just dropped a new video for, that's actually a pretty fast weapon. I think I'll keep that. They just dropped a video for the original PC, what was it? Fuck. Ah! That sucked.
Oh, so you finally made it this far. The power of what you call friendship isn't so futile after all. I'll give you that.
I'm going to change the form with Larry.
There's probably no place more fitting for a warrior's grave than my castle. Come on, give it everything you've got.
It sure is lucky that Yuko has such a good dash. Every time. Oh no. I don't have any weapons. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, hold on. We might actually have a solution here. Damn it. Doing okay. Damn it. Ugh.
Oh.
Damn it. Okay, I think we can do that next time we get back to him. That wasn't too bad. Alright. Let's go. Curious what we'll have to deal with for his second form, because, come on. The final boss in a video game, he's not going to have just one form. I want to see what bullshit he whips out in the second half. Which could be innuendo. If you want it to be. Damn it. Back. We got Soul Calibur 2. That was my favorite fighting game as a kid, Soul Calibur 2. Wasn't until I was a teenager I fell in love with Samurai Showdown. I did not get to play the Haomaru DLC in Soul Calibur 6. I wanted to, I just never got around to it, and I hate buying DLC. Look, everybody says they hate DLC, but they still buy it, right? I'm the guy who doesn't have the money to spare, so when I say I hate DLC and I don't buy it, I mean that. It's rare that I will actually buy DLC for something, and if I'm buying the DLC, it's because the DLC in question is basically a whole new game. Like, I'll be buying the story DLC for Katana Zero when that comes out. Because I loved that game. I want to see more of it. I thought Katana Zero's story was so cool that I am willing to pay for more of it. So long as they maintain the same level of quality it had for that first part of the game, you know? All DLC should be free. I don't know if I agree with that. It depends on what the DLC is and how much work has been put into it. Because there is... Here's my take. I don't think DLC should be free, but I do think that a lot of DLC out there is not actually good DLC. Maybe there's some other examples. I often forget that Blood Dragon was DLC for Far Cry 3. They sell it standalone now anyway, you know? But yeah, that's a whole new campaign right there. That's worth paying extra. No, the kind of DLC that I can't stand is stuff that was obviously taken out of the base game's plan so that they can sell it at a higher price, which I've seen happen time and time again. You see something and you know, oh, this was base game content. And the developer will swear up and down, no, it wasn't. But you already know. You know just looking at it. This was meant to be in the base game. And it got stripped out either because it was too complicated to implement in the time frame that they had, or somebody higher up told them, we are not putting this in the game. They should pay us more for it. And you've seen it happen, you know? On the other hand, there is legitimate good DLC where you can tell they put a lot of work into it. Some DLCs just flat out a whole new game, like a whole sequel, right? That's what that is what Katana Zero's sequel is going to be. Well, not sequel. Well, it's DLC. I think the simple fact of DLC is that a lot of it is priced unfairly, and a lot of it is content that really could have just been included in the game at no extra cost. The minute a company realized that they could sell you new costumes for a game for just a little bit more money, that was when it was all over. And you know what? I'll even go ahead and say that I don't think costume packs are terrible. You know what? You want to sell a pack of costumes? That's at least value. What I can't stand is seeing a single costume being sold for, like, I don't know, $12 a piece. I've seen that. If not more. I don't care how much work and time went into rendering the new costume. It should not cost that much, because at the end of the day, it is purely cosmetic. And I already know what the corporate stance on it is that it's cosmetic, so you don't actually need it to play the game. Therefore, we can price it as premium goods. That is the corporate mindset on it. It has no bearing on the gameplay, therefore we can price it whatever we want, and you guys can either pay or not pay. We're gonna use FOMO to get you to want to use it, though. I hate that. And maybe it's partially because I grew up in an era where costumes and skins were just something that you could unlock by playing the game. And you don't get that. Good lord, could they at least include some unlockable costumes every once in a while? Would that kill them to do? I think it would kill them to do that, apparently. Like, I don't know. Every time you release a new season of DLC, pick one or two costumes, alright? Just pick a couple. Hide them in the game as unlockables for doing certain things, right? throw some goodwill towards your customers who bought into the game at the start. You know? Like, oh hey, you bought the game, you supported it with your money. Here's a little treat for you. There's more where that came from. You know, even drug dealers understand getting you hooked with the first hit, right? And unfortunately for these developers, the first hit isn't the $50 game they just bought. Not even 50 anymore, good lord. I'm still calling them $50 games. They don't even cost that much anymore. They're 60 at minimum. And that's not even the standard price anymore. They up that bitch to friggin' 80. Can you believe the balls on Randy Pitchford to do that thing on do that thing on Twitter where he was like, well, I don't control the pricing of Borderlands 4, and if it is $80, fans will find a way to pay for it, right? And he pushes everybody's buttons like that. But then, what does this slimy motherfucker do after that? What does he do? Also, hey, Velusip. Sorry, I've been kind of ranting. What does Randy Pitchford do? He comes out and he's like, look guys, see? Borderlands 4 is $70. See? We fought for you. We heard you. We listened. That is grifting on an unheard level. That is like, see guys, we made you think it was going to be $80 and you said you wouldn't buy it. Look, see, now it's $10 cheaper. Isn't that much fair? Aren't we a good company? That's corporate mind games. And the sad part is it's gonna work. I know my dad wants to buy Borderlands 4, despite the fact that Borderlands 3 sucked on toast. Fuck. I really have a bone to pick with Borderlands 3, by the way. Because I've had to actually speak out in defense of the series before. I like Borderlands. I like Borderlands 2. I think Borderlands 2 actually has a fantastic story. I think that the cringe elements of the story actually help the story. Because there's a little game of contrasts going on in there. Because a lot of people talk about how cringy and dumb the humor is, right? And how aged it is. Nobody ever talks about the fact that the humor is mostly there in the first half of the game. And after shit goes down and the second half starts, a lot of that just vanishes. Because the story gets serious. That's done on purpose, because Borderlands 2 had writers working on it who understood what pathos is. Borderlands 3 didn't have that. Borderlands 3 flanderized every single fucking character into a handful of character traits, and that's all they do now. They spout cheesy one-liners and memes in the hopes that they'll become a social media joke later on, which I don't think I saw a single character from Borderlands 3 become a social media thing. So that backfired. And we're gonna go ahead and try to make a story that's relevant to modern audiences by making the villains fucking streamers. Like, good lord, we went from maniacal like CEO of one of the worst companies in the galaxy, right? We went from Handsome Jack to a couple like kids who are just streamers. Assholes. I'm sorry, whoever had that idea alone for the boss concept needed to be fired. I recognize that's probably really harsh to say, but it's true. Because that was a bad idea. Welcome, Zero! Welcome back, Falco! We're close to the end of the game. This final stage is an absolute nightmare. And I'm ranting about Borderlands 2 again. You've heard me... Well, not Borderlands 3 specifically. You've heard me do this rant yourself. I am so... Was a way to quickly query all the DLC attached to your Steam account. I know there's much, but you were curious. I legit haven't bought a ton of DLC for anything. On the subject of character DLC in fighting games, I don't think that should be free, because it's never been free. There's no such thing as a free update. When you got new characters in a fighting game back in the 90s, it was because they released a whole new fucking game. Alright? You didn't just automatically get Cammy and DJ and Fei Long and T-Hawk. No, you had to buy a whole new fucking game to play them. It was not a free update. I don't think new fighting game characters should be free. I think in the modern day, with how things work, they should at least maybe do a free character with a new season just to get people. Again, it's about giving them that hit, you know, going, hey, we got cool new stuff, brand new mechanics, something interesting. Maybe you're interested. Give the players a chance to see what the new characters are about, right? Give them that taste and then encourage them to spend the money. That would be a smart thing to do. And some fighting games are actually doing free character DLC. I think that is incredibly smart of them. Anyway, what I think is the problem is that all DLC, and this is, honestly, it's not even a video game thing, it's fucking everything right now, is too expensive. Everything is too expensive. Like that's fucked. I said it earlier in the stream. The fucked up thing about being poor is that it's expensive to be poor. It's really bad. And these video game companies lately are pushing and pushing and pushing, trying to make things more expensive. You all saw that Nintendo has pushed up prices on their Switch 1 stuff too now, right? And I'll tell you why that is. It's because the Switch 2 wasn't selling the way they thought it would. They expressly said that if the Switch 2 is too expensive, then you can just keep buying like Switch 1 stuff. It'll be fine. That'll still be priced the same as it always was. And then they realized, wait, the Switch 2 isn't selling the way we thought it would, and we didn't account for that, and, shit. So they, upped the price on, their Switch 1 content. I don't think they upped the price on games for Switch 1. I might have to check that out to make sure, but they upped prices on the consoles, and accessories, and, controllers. I don't think they upped the price on games, thank God, but they did up the price on a lot of other things. And I'm presuming it's to recoup costs from the Switch 2 not performing exactly. It's funny. You think hearing 3.5 million sales is like, oh, the Switch 2 was a raging success. Well, that's the install base you're hearing about. How is it performing now that people have it in their hands? Because what I'm hearing from a lot of people is that it's not that much of an upgrade. It kind of just feels like more of the Switch 1 with a little bit more power. And it doesn't have a ton of games on it right now. And the games that are on it feel kind of just like rehash, you know? A lot of people who bought a Switch 2 are kind of waking up to the fact that, yeah, we kind of got scammed. Like, that's the thing that's happening right now. And it makes me happy to see. We just need more people to start waking up to the fact that, hey, you don't need to buy the newest thing, you know? You can say no, you can spend your money on other things, and guess what? If enough people say no and don't buy the thing, the company has to listen. A lot of corporations nowadays have managed to convince their customer bases that it doesn't matter what they do, whatever the company decides to do is going to be a success. That is one of the biggest lies that modern culture has told people, is that they don't have any power as consumers. And by convincing that, like the reason a lot of people think that it's no point is that they're all like, nobody else is going to buy into it. They're all like, everybody else is going to do it. Even if I don't, people are going to do it. And if other people are going to do it, I might as well do it. You know, that's the thought process. By companies who clearly lean into DLC way too much, they release a base game, which is fine, but on 30 DLC, adding things which should be small, free updates to boost sales. Just buy them. Paradox Games is a bad one. There's plenty of fighting games that do that too. You know, they release like Dead or Alive, actually. KBX brought it up earlier. Dead or Alive is really bad about that, or was really bad. They're not really making Dead or Alive games anymore. But Dead or Alive was really bad about that with the last two games. Like, they were releasing so much DLC that it was like triple the cost of the actual game. Which should be like appalling to people to hear that. I get it. I get that Dead or Alive is haha funny horny game. And yes, absolutely, you can sell like costume packs for like really, you know whatever fetish people have, you know. You want to sell the French maid costume, the bunny girl costumes, you want to sell those costume packs. That's cool. Crossover costume packs, I think having the Senran and Kagura crossover pack was one of the smartest ideas they ever had. However, the sheer amount of them is absolutely disgusting. It's really bad. And yeah, for the most part, I don't buy DLC. And I tend to warn other people against buying it too. When it comes to Borderlands 4, I literally told Dad, okay, if you're gonna play Borderlands 4, don't buy it when it comes out. Wait a couple of years. You wait for the inevitable Borderlands Game of the Year edition, because they've done it for every game so far. And then you wait till all the DLC is out, right? And then you wait for them to release that version, because unless they suddenly decided that that's not going to work anymore, and if they did, fuck them. But why would you do that? Why would you buy into the game when every single time they've released it the past several years, they suddenly release an updated version with all the DLC included? Usually, right as the other game's getting... I'm just saying, it makes sense. And quite frankly, I still don't know why he wants to buy Borderlands 4, because it's not going to be better than 3, okay? It's not going to be better than 2. It's not going to be as good as 2. Hoping that is the case is very foolish. I have a really distinct problem with brand loyalty. I do not think people should be loyal to a brand or a franchise. If you like that game, that individual product, then you like that individual product. But when you base your enjoyment of something around whether or not it's part of the franchise, and you then have that loyalty where you feel obligated to buy everything that comes out of the franchise, I hate that. I can't stand that. That mentality drives me insane. And yeah, part of the reason game companies are increasing their prices the way they have been and why everything is so much more expensive is because they think they can do it. Hey, Draconic dude, you'd always say if you wait to buy a game, you'll get a better product at a better price. That also happens to give you... Seriously, people don't understand they still do have power. They still have the power to say no. And hey, guess what? We still live in an era, by the way, where if you don't buy a game, and enough people don't buy a game, guess what? It gets discounted. We still live in an era where that is possible. If you keep buying things as soon as they come out because you're afraid you're going to miss out, we will quickly leave that era. Because if people are buying things as soon as they come out, they have no reason to ever drop them in price. Which, by the way, they don't want to drop them in price. Let's be clear about that. Quite frankly, most game companies would rather you just shut up, don't think, and buy whatever new game comes out. That's how corporations think of you. You are not a person. You're not even a customer. You're a revenue source. That's how they all think of you. You are not their loyal customer. You are not their fan. You are a revenue source. And good revenue sources should be quiet, buy the game, and get excited for the next product. Will the game find release or indies because developers often charge a better price and the games usually run better, plus they can only use the dollars. See, I agree with that. Man, it really does drive me nuts that gaming sucks the way it does right now. I don't want it to be like this. I want it to be better. That's why I complain about it, because it should be better. People are being taken advantage of, hook, line, and sinker, and they keep falling for it and acting like, well, it can't get any better. Yes, it can. And all it takes from you is a little bit of patience and self-control. Two things that are apparently very lacking in humanity at the moment. Heck, people need to realize they don't actually have to buy new games, frankly. Why do you not have to buy new games? How many video games do you have laying around that you haven't beaten yet? How many games do you have that you bought and you maybe booted up once and then you set aside because you were already moving on to another new thing? That bites. Like, I'm sitting here playing a game that was released in 1992. Right now. Hell, the newest video game I've played recently, the most modern thing I've played recently, that wasn't like a demo for something, I finally picked up Ninja Gaiden 2 on the Xbox 360 and started playing it. That game is very fun. Very difficult, but very fun. I'm enjoying finally getting to play the 3D Ninja Gaiden games because I've never played them before. I'll probably stream them at some point. I just didn't want to go into them totally blind. I wanted to actually understand the games before I get into Ragebound next month. I wanted to understand where the series is coming from with the 3D entries, because I don't know shit about them. Fuck. Okay. For 2000 Steam alone, even more on itch, and over 1,000 on Dog and Epic combined. Yeah, that's just like your digital stuff. I hate buying digital games. I really do. Digital games do not make me happy. I hate having to buy them. There's a reason I jumped at the physical edition of Ragebound, although I'm now hearing that the physical edition might be not what was advertised. It is an indie platforming ninja game. There is no conceivable excuse for you to not have the whole game on the cart, and if I have to install the game to my system's memory, and it doesn't just boot right up like Marvel vs. Capcom Collection does, fuck, I'm gonna be angry. I'm hearing rumors that might be the case, but nothing was confirmed. I looked into it, but I'm hearing people saying that might be the case, and I'm gonna be so mad if that's the case. Glorified download code on a cartridge. That is not what I bought. When you said physical edition, didn't even disclose that anywhere on the page. If your game... Hey, okay, this should not be a controversial hot take, but if your game doesn't boot up on the disc by itself, then I did not fucking buy a physical edition of the game. Like, the entire code of the game should be written to that card. Whatever card it is. And, yeah. Game key cards are one of the most stupid things that I've seen. At the very least, Nintendo's being transparent about it, because there were also Switch games that did that too. The game key card concept is not actually brand new or anything. They've been doing it. My problem now is that now that they've introduced it formally as a concept, they're treating it like it's the superior option. Complain about the state of gaming. There's so much good stuff coming out all the time that he's always triple. Yeah. I think it's not necessarily the state of gaming that bothers me. It's the state of gamers. The people who, I don't know. We don't have thinking customers. We have consumers. It drives me insane to see people marching out to buy the newest thing in a series just because it's the newest thing. But maybe I'm just weird and I don't get it, because I grew up poor. I didn't get the luxury of buying the newest video games right as they came out. I can count on one hand the amount of times I have bought a brand new video game, like at launch. People really want cartridges. Hold my Hanafuda. One of the few games I can point at and go, I bought this day one. And
I'm not normal!
No, weird. No, weird. I'm very weird. I'm not normal. There's a reason I have that. Don't ever say I'm not normal. Don't ever say I'm not weird. Y'all don't know me very well if you think I'm not weird. Falco can attest to this. I am weird. I just mask really good. Yeah, that's two rules, by the way. Don't ever say I'm not weird, and don't ever say I'm nice. Kind, sure. Nice? Are you out of your fucking mind? I actively try to not be nice. That is not who I want to be. I am not a nice person. So, don't call me nice. Ever. Unless you're, like, being funny. I am not nice. Alright. Here we go. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't want to go back down and start the elevator segment all over again, you bitch. Just fucking kill me. Just... Fuck it, you know? Frames. Frames. How will life give a fuck at this point? This is a fun game. I think this is actually pretty well made. It's just... These spinning spike flat platforms are like custom made to piss me off. Me specifically. They were made with me in mind, okay? Tell them that knew someday this random American gaijin would be playing this AI translated dub of their Japanese game, and they just knew they had to specifically piss him off with just bullshit in the final stage. That's what this is. Frames, yes. We're playing this version because of the extra frames. Also, yeah, now knowing that this was actually the last of the Valis games made for PC Engine, that makes it even funnier to me, because that means, okay, so this was a late PC Engine release for them. And they were just like, you know what? Fuck it. Hansu for everybody. You know? That is absolutely what this was. That was, are you kidding me? It's the final Valis game. We don't give a fuck. Some contrived intentional etiquette? No. Nice is some emergent behavior, some decent ethos? Yes. I would consider that. I would consider decent, like, ethos and emergent behavior. I would consider that kind, like kindness. And I do try to be kind. I try to be kind and considerate, but nice implies a behavior, a set of manners, right? And I am not nice or polite. I deliberately choose not to present myself that way. That is just a conscious choice on my part. The swearing, right? The constant barrage of sailor mouth. The crude jokes, right? That's not like off the cuff. That's calculated. That is a cultivated image I want people to have of myself. I do not want to be perceived as a polite, nice person. I want people to think, yeah, he's kind of an asshole, but he's, you know, he's not a bad dude. Honestly, I'm just sick with the world. That's all it is. Okay, Valis 5. Valis 5, Valis 1 again. I mean, hey, it's better than the actual 5th Valis entry. That is... I gotta say it again. That is so bizarre to me. You'd think it'd be more common, but it's really not for a game series to suddenly become a, so long as it's consistent. And yeah, it is. This is me. This is the person I am, the person I want to be. I'm always seeking to become a better version of that person, but in general... I don't want to be perceived as some... I don't even know how to describe that. Part of it's also the fact that I'm Christian, like that's part of my faith. That is what I genuinely believe. Those are my actual religious beliefs and spiritual beliefs. But there's a certain image people have of Christians that I refuse to match up with. Because I think that image of Christians has caused more harm than it causes good. I'm not better than anybody else. That's something I need to make sure. Not two-faced. Well, I try not to be, but I guess it's for other people to decide. There we go. Okay. Okay. If you're wondering why I don't immediately go up there, it's just because I want to get the 1-up every time. Go. Whee! And quite frankly, one of the things I despise about a lot of people who identify as Christian is the way they act like they are somehow better than other people, or that they know better than other people, right? Meanwhile, I kind of consider myself to be the lowest. Like, as bad as a lot of people are, I know I'm worse in a lot of regards that I try to fight back against. I know how bad I can be. Used to be that person. I do not ever want to give off the impression that I'm somehow better than everybody else. That's the thing. Because I'm not. I'm just as fucked up as the rest of y'all. These spike platforms are infuriating. They're not even that hard, they're just annoying. And they're designed to be annoying. This still isn't the most cruel Telnet game, though. That award goes to Psycho Dream.
Get angry. You hate my guts, don't you?
Thank you. Precisely.
Get mad. Get mad. Get mad. Get so mad it drives you mad.
Instructions unclear, Master Asia. Got glad instead. But yeah, I don't know if y'all have ever seen Neon Arcade in his stream of Psycho Dream. I think he actually lost brain cells playing that. I think that game actually somehow affected him worse than his playthrough of Haunted Castle did. And Haunted Castle did a number on him. Get glad. Oh, man. Yeah, Grant damn near lost his mind on that stream, and I can't blame him. That game actively fucks you over in the final boss for powering up your weapon too much. It goes, whoops, did you power up your weapon to the final stage? Guess who's not beating the final boss? That is some evil shit. Okay, fuck it, just... man. Game ain't easy. There's between fun, challenging hard, and mind-numbing beating your head against the wall hard. There's a difference between decent balancing and trolling. This game, while I am annoyed by these platformings, I don't think it's been unfair yet. Everything has been totally doable, it's all up to my own skill, and me not fucking up like I did right there. But then there's something like Psycho Dream, where they specifically design the stage to actively fuck you over for playing the game correctly. Like, I'm gonna tell you right now, that is a game design sin. To fuck over your player for playing the game correctly. Like, just going, oh, yeah, okay, you learned how the game works, now it doesn't work like that anymore. That is the worst type of game design. Teaching your player how to play the game, and then immediately going, yoink! That's shitty. Kind of of like, actually, this might be slightly controversial. I don't know. It's actually one of the biggest problems with the original Sonic the Hedgehog on Sega, right? Because the first stage is all about going fast, getting fast. You know, it teaches you how to play Sonic. And then the rest of Sonic 1 is nothing like that. The original Sonic 1 kinda hates speed. Like, in all honesty, it kinda hates speed. Not that I think Sonic 1's a bad game, mind you, it's just that they spend the entire first level teaching you how to play the game, and then the rest of it is, okay, now do slow puzzle platforming where you have to actually watch your speed instead of going fast like you were taught. It was the first Sonic game, so I'm not going to hold that against Sega too much, because I don't think they quite realized... I almost feel like the first Sonic game, they designed a bunch of platformer levels first, and kind of figured out Sonic's moveset as they went. Because the second and third game get the whole balance of speed and level design done really well. They understand how to make it. Whereas Sonic 1... It's a lot more typical, I would say, in terms of what you do with platforms. There's some levels that are kind of maze-like. There's a lot of levels that involve tricky, slow-paced platforming, that sort of thing. I like Sonic 1. I've actually played it on stream. I've never finished. I have not beaten a single Sonic game, except for CD. I've beaten CD multiple times. I like Sonic CD. It's the only Sonic game I've ever finished. Sonic CD would be a fun one to stream on here. I do really like CD. I know it's not... I know it's got some haters. That's fine. But, I've always liked it. But I got really close to the end of it last time I was playing Sonic 1 on here. That was a fun stream. That was the first time I streamed sitting on the floor. Base CD, enjoy it. Yeah. Oh, of course it's a great game. You wouldn't have the rest of the series without Sonic 1. People loved it back then. There's a reason for that. It's not a shitty game. I know some people will go back and go, in retrospect and shit, and it's like, it's not. The game didn't suddenly become shit, your standard shifted. When Sonic the Hedgehog 1 came out, that shit was mind-blowing. Like, you can't just suddenly rewrite history because you're like, well, now I don't like it. Well, now I'm smarter and older, and I realize that this game design is bad. Can you stop being a pretentious fuck nugget for like 5 minutes? Maybe? Literally all that changed was you're like, yeah, I got older, I don't have the same patience I used to, and there's parts of these games that are a lot more annoying now than they were when I was a kid. That's not the game becoming shit or having always been shit. That's your standards and your tolerance is lowering as you get older, which is totally normal because you don't have the same time you had as a kid to dedicate to these games. Hell, the only way I manage to stay sharp on most of these games that I play is because I do these streams. I actively take time out of my life to play these. Time that I don't really have otherwise. I've told you guys before, when it comes to video games, most of what I play is on these streams. It's rare I have something running off stream. Like I mentioned, I've been playing Ninja Gaiden, right? I have booted the game up only 3 times since I got it. I'm only in Chapter 4 right now. So in actuality, the amount of the game I've actually played is pretty low. Fuck. Okay, I'll take that. Damn it! This part right here.
Sonic was never good. Oh yeah, I've seen those people. That take always ticks me off. Yes, okay, so Sonic has had some shitty games in his life, right? I think we all can agree that Sonic 06 was a big disappointment. I don't think anybody's gonna argue that. There's some other Sonic games that have opinions on them. I know people don't really like Sonic Forces. I've never played it, so I have no opinion. People don't particularly care for Sonic and the Black Knight, although I actually think that game's kind of cool. Is it a giant auto runner? Yeah, but it's a cool auto runner. Sonic had a rough transition to 3D. Bitch! I didn't even play Sonic Adventure, and I remember how people raved when that came out. That's not a rough transition. That is one of the smoothest... Fuck! And no, Sonic R doesn't count. It's a fucking spin-off. You don't get to count fucking a racing game spin-off as the transition to 3D. You don't count 3D Blast as a rough... No. No, when it comes to the first actual Sonic game in 3D, you get Sonic Adventure. And by all objective measurements, you knock it out of the park. It's not a rough transition. You asinine bitches. People just say shit anyway nowadays. They'll just say shit to think that they sound smart. That's the thing they do. Location for bad controls, unintuitive game mechanics. Joker did for you the shit and you set the bar quite high. So if you're spending $80 on a game, it better be pretty slick. No, I agree. And I don't think any game I can buy is going to be $80 good, by the way. I don't think any video game that they make will be good enough to warrant my $80. Especially when Death Stranding 2 exists. And that is the only game I've seen where I even stopped and went, huh, maybe. Because I know for a fact, most companies aren't going to measure up to that bar of quality. That's my bar of quality right now. $80 video games, my bar of quality in terms of what I'm getting is Death Stranding 2. A game that looks amazing. I don't really care about the gameplay in this instance. I'm more just saying from impressions. Game that looks amazing, and as far as load times go, unnoticeable. Literally didn't notice a single loading screen the entire time I was watching my friends play it. That's smooth. That's slick. That game industry is your new standard. And if your game isn't going to be worth that, then fuck off. I'm not paying $80 for your shit. Especially when I know for a fact that most of these $80 video games are going to be the exact same things they were charging $60 for. It probably will have even less content. It'll have even less content and be even less finish. I promise you that. You're not going to make the dollar value suddenly match. And I've heard, one of the excuses I've heard people have for this increase in price is that, oh, video games cost more to make now. They have to charge more to recoup costs. Here's a revolutionary thought, and I'm dead serious about this. Stop spending so much making video games! You do not need to spend $3 million to make a video game. I don't care what game it is. If you're having to spend that much to make your game look competitively viable, you're spending too much. And you're focusing on the wrong aspect of the game. I don't know what witchcraft Kojima used to get Death Stranding to look like what it looks like. I think it's called optimization. I think that's what they call it. Anyway, yeah, these games are playing. Nintendo planning to charge $80 for a new Pokemon game. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of my house. Get out. Don't you show your face around here no more. I'll beat your ass. There's not a single Pokemon game Nintendo has ever released, ever, that would be worth an $80 price tag. Ever. And they know it, and that's why they're trying so hard to shut down Pocket Pair and Pal World in court. Has nothing to do with actual copyright or patent infringement. Has everything to do with Pal World is taking money that we think rightfully belongs to us, so we're going to try to shut down the competition. That is all that lawsuit is. Nintendo doesn't think for a second they've been actually wronged
beyond the fact that they have a competitor in town who's actually giving... They've never cared at this point, because think about what every single viable Pokemon competitor has been, okay? We can't sue Digimon because Digimon came before us and kind of does its own thing, doesn't rip off our stuff in the slightest, so we can't go after that competitor. We can't really go after... I'm actually trying to think, were there any other notable big Pokemon clones that actually competed with Pokemon? Because I don't think there were for a lot of... for many years. It's kind of the Digimon-Pokemon rivalry when I was a kid, and then Pokemon was pretty much the king of the yard up to... I want to say the 3DS era, when Yokai Watch kind of showed up. But the trick about Yokai Watch is that that was still under Nintendo's umbrella. So... it didn't matter if that was a good competitor or not, because they owned it. They were still reaping the benefits. Palworld, for whatever your feelings might be on it, is the first competitor they've had that is actually competing. That is actually taking players away from Pokemon. And that is a grave sin against Nintendo. You actually went and made something that competes with us, and people like it, and they're buying your game instead of ours. I can't stress enough to you all, Nintendo hates legit competition. They always have. They have always tried to sabotage their competition wherever possible. They have always sought to maintain control over the market through any means necessary. I think at this point we're all familiar with their absolutely draconian exclusivity contracts from the 80s, right? Like, we're all familiar with those. They absolutely wanted to own the game industry. Nintendo, nothing would make Nintendo happier than to be the only games producer in town. Which starting to look like they might actually end up being that way, because PlayStation's president just admitted, yeah, we're looking at moving away from consoles. Which is just chilling to hear, considering what Nintendo's doing right now. And Xbox as well. People have been saying for a while that Xbox is going to be getting out of that console space. I don't know if that's true, because they do have something in the works right now, so hope that works out for them. But, yeah, Nintendo would love nothing more than to be the only provider of video games. They would love to have that monopoly. It looks like they're close to getting that monopoly too, which... boy, ain't that a turnaround from a decade ago, right? Remember back when everybody thought Nintendo was gonna fucking die with the Wii U? Y'all remember those times? But I'm not kidding. People legitimately thought Nintendo was on the way out with the Wii U. There were people out there who were actually, like, prophesizing Nintendo's downfall here. That is not even remotely hyperbole. I was there, man. And I had a Wii U. I actually liked the Wii U. Anyway. Fuck you! Ah! Oh, come on! No. Ah, dang it. Ah, great, this one. Fuck you. Did you do this on a speedrunning charity? No, I didn't hear about that, but I believe it. That sounds like something Nintendo would do. Guys, it is not an exaggeration for me to tell you that Nintendo is the Disney of video games. in every positive and negative way that can be interpreted. They are the Disney of video games. Remember when Disney shut down a family trying to put Spider-Man on their dead son's grave because he loved Spider-Man? I remember. I never forgave them for that. That's just outright like cartoon villainy there. You think Stan Lee would have told them they couldn't do that? Stan Lee would have been like, no, dude, you do that. Like my kid, he would have been honored that his character meant that much to a child. You know? Meanwhile, Disney's like, my brand. I can't have my brand. Speaking of my brand, I'm hearing that, I'm hearing that payment processors are finding out they do not have the legal power they thought they did. Alright, what are we doing for the next prep? Holy shit, it's Mecha Rogueless! What am I dealing with here? Do you just dash around? Oh shit! Ah, that's terrifying. Oh, I have to do it again.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah, that's how I felt realizing I have no weapons. You have to admit, that was pretty sick. That was a pretty sick slide into casting magic transition. Back. Oh. So, yeah. I'll say this. I think things can get better. I do genuinely still think that. We're approaching the precipice where that won't be possible eventually.
So you finally made
but
it this far.
I think we still have time to turn things around at least for a little while longer. And, yeah. I will say, just because the payment processors are being brought back in line, don't think the battle's over yet. Well, you know, we won this battle, but the war is still ongoing. We're still at war. Do not make the mistake of calming down yet. Keep pushing, keep yelling, keep screaming. That is literally all we can do, and frankly, I don't know about the rest of y'all, but if I'm going down, I'm planning on going down fighting. That's part of why all this censorship bullshit lately only made me more determined to do this whole theme. It's like, you know what? No, I want to celebrate my dumb fictional characters wearing the stupidest piece of armor ever created. This armor that Yuko is wearing right now will not protect her in the slightest. Her entire torso, like her stomach is all out, right? Her stomach's all out, her legs are all out, her skirt flutters up when she jumps. Bikini breast armor is the worst possible thing you could use to protect your chest, like scientifically speaking. Absolute buffoonery is what the bikini armor is. It is also, in my eyes, the ultimate expression of fantasy. Because it's a case of, who cares if it would actually work? Does it look cool? Does it look appealing? Is it aesthetically cool? If the answer is yes, congratulations. You're writing fiction. Personally, I don't even think you should justify it. I know some games and some stories try to lampshade the bikini armor thing, where it's like, oh, it's magically enchanted, or oh, it's got a force field, right? I don't even think you should do that. Just let it exist, let it hang out there, and let people just fucking deal with it. Beep beep. What's that? Just a second. Checking my messages. Alright. You feel like the reason Pokemon hasn't had any competition is that the format is extremely limited to begin with. Summoner combat focus, team competition, leveling, there's complexity, and I'm sure it takes some thinking to balance it all out. Add anything more, and the problem space explodes in complexity, direct doing matchups in an RPG-like setting story. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think there's plenty of monster taming games out there that do the Pokemon formula in interesting ways. One that my brother really, really loves is Monster Crown. He'll praise that game up one end and the other if you let him. He will not shut up about Monster Crown. He loves that one. There are certainly games out there that I think do Pokemon better. The trick is that none of them have the reach that Pal World had to start with. Pal World had something none of these other games had, which is simply the audience. That game, due to its viral marketing campaign, reached people in a way Monster Crown never would have, Digimon never would have, Disc Creatures never would have. I'm sure there are other Pokemon-like games that I'm not thinking off the top of my head, but those are the ones that come to my mind. Heck, Monster Hunter Stories, for as cool as it is, couldn't get the reach that Pokemon has. It doesn't appeal to enough of a casual audience. Monster Rancher is not anything like Pokemon. I'll say that flat out. Monster Rancher is not a Pokemon competitor. Monster Rancher is, if anything, it's a Digimon competitor. It's a raising sim. A very weird, obtuse one at that. Heck. It's also the only anime I've ever apologized to my mom for making her watch when I was a kid. That dub is garbage. Especially the opening. I'm sorry, Mom. I was young and stupid. I don't know why I wanted to watch Monster Rancher on Saturday mornings, but I apologize. That is the only anime I ever apologized for making my mom watch with me. And substance abuse of their fanbase cannot be rivaled. So yeah, the way that Pal World managed to get into people's heads is through the viral marketing campaign and the shock value. Oh yeah, it's like Pokemon, but there's guns and gunplay and Pokemon sweatshops. You know? It got attention through the sheer absurdity and the memes, man. And that was what let them be able to actually compete with Pokemon in a way nothing else has. That and the fact that Pokemon's formula is actually really stale. Pokemon has never done anything to kind of up the ante until very recently. I'm just gonna die here and restart. Rare Candy Poppy Tweet. Pokemon with substance. It's not even that much more substance. It's just enough to get people interested and trying it because it's new and it's fresh. Whereas Pokemon really seems content to just do the same thing over and over again. Again, it's only recently they started changing the formula. With Pokemon Legends Arceus was actually really cool. Not enough for me to jump back into Pokemon full time, but enough for me to sit back and go, okay, they're trying something different. They could have spent a year or two more polishing it up and making it really, really good. But hey, that's a Pokemon game that's almost worth $60. You know? And Legends ZA could be that $60 Pokemon game. I'm gonna charge way more than that for it, but that's besides the point. Legends ZA is shaping up to actually be something of an evolution in Pokemon, but it still has a problem where it just looks cheap. Like, I'm sorry, that's actually one of my biggest issues with Pokemon nowadays, is that it looks cheap. There is not a single Pokemon game that I have thought looked like a modern game. I genuinely believe that. Every time a new Pokemon trailer is showing up, I just feel like... I look at it, and I know that this is an incorrect statement, but to me, I feel like I'm looking at the same models I've been looking at since the 3DS era. I don't feel like there's been any substantial change in the way the game is portrayed. The graphics are not they are not impressive at all. Matter of fact, some of the old gimmicky 3D Pokemon tournament games, like Stadium and Battle Revolution, are way more visually impressive. And when that's the case, when you're being outdone by the Wii and the fucking N64, you've got problems. And they stem from you're not giving your developers enough time to actually cook. Doubles format, which is entirely sidelined in all mainline games for some reason, right? Like, they have a way to make the games more complex right there. I actually agree with you, Falco. The double battles in various Pokemon games, actually, you want to hear something great, Falco? There actually were a couple of Pokemon games where it focused entirely on double battles, and it made for really fun, full-blown Pokemon RPGs. They're called Pokemon Coliseum and Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness on the GameCube. Those were entirely doubles focused. They had actually pretty cool, engaging stories with interesting characters. They had new mechanics. Pokemon had a basis for the future in those games, those spin-offs, and they squandered it. Gale of Darkness had a nice aesthetic. I loved Gale of Darkness as a kid. I am sad that I lost that game in the house fire because I can't replace that, not at the prices people want for that. Pokemon games, by the way, are fucking stupid when it comes to the prices people want for them on the used market. I don't care how much people are actually paying for them. Fucking Pokemon Red from the original GBC should not cost upwards of $100. Not a game that was a million seller like that. Not a game that I can go into literally any game store ever and find a copy of it laying around because it was that fucking common. Like, I don't use this word often, so when I use it, I really mean it with all the emphasis I put behind it. Charging that much for a Game Boy Color game is retarded. It is. It just straight up is. I won't apologize for that. I used to get called that. I am on the autism spectrum. That is my word. I reclaim it. Shut up. I promise to use it sparingly. I will use this power only for evil. I mean good. Only for good. But yeah, I hate it. I hate that people think that that is an acceptable price to charge for games that literally sold by the millions. I can't stress that enough. Pokemon games sell by the millions. There are millions of copies of each of these games out here, and you idiots are paying hundreds of dollars for them? Did you eat paint chips as a child? What am I saying? You're a Pokemon fan. Of course you did. Says the guy who used to be the biggest Pokemon fan he knew. That's something I need to make very clear to people, is that I criticize Pokemon so much because as a kid, it was one of my favorite things ever. I was absolutely obsessed with Pokemon. And nowadays, I kind of look at the fan base that it's cultivated and I just go, this is a fan base of actual men children. Like most people in the Pokemon fandom that are still buying these games and accepting these market prices did not mature. They did not become adults. And that is a problem. I believe that you can become an adult and still carry on your childhood interests. However, a good indication that you did not mature into an adult is being a financial idiot. Which a lot of gamers are, by the way. Were so many copies of Pokemon Emerald destroyed by children to justify the collector market price? It's so fucking dumb, man. And you know, Nintendo almost had it figured out, by the way. When they released those games onto the 3DS eShop, very late in the 3DS's life cycle, they should have gotten that done way quicker than they did. But hey, when they put Pokemon Gen 1 and Gen 2 on there, including the 3rd update editions with Yellow and Crystal, right? They figured it out there. They actually figured it out. And the fact that they did not instantly make those available on the Switch again just shows how greedy those bastards are. The thing has a Game Boy Color emulator. They could just put it up there on the Nintendo Switch Online. I don't know if they have it. Maybe they have already. Maybe the Pokemon games are on there now. Somebody can correct me on that. The point is, it should have been there from the start, man. Like, they already knew they could do it. That, by the way, is what I think digital gaming should be good for.
Perfect.
Digital gaming should be used for, digital gaming should be used for preservation. It should not be the default. It should be the, hey, you know those things you liked when you were younger and you don't actually have the console for anymore? Here's a cheap, easy way to pick those up and play them again. Other ton of games are right here in this little cabinet in near perfect condition. You just assumed everyone took care of them. They were expensive, but lots of kids were not so gentle. Yeah, it is true. It is true. I've told this story a few times, but when I was a kid, I broke my original Game Boy Advance by headbutting it. I did learn an important lesson after that. Shit's expensive. I didn't have a Game Boy for like, I think 2 years after that, maybe 3. I did not get a new Game Boy of my own until I picked up the DS I got for on my 13th birthday, I forget. But yeah, for a while, if I wanted to play something on GBA, I had to borrow my dad's Game Boy or one of my siblings. I did not have my own Game Boy to play because I broke it. I learned a very important lesson from that. Deserve a good headbutt. Oh yeah, the game in question was Mega Man 1, the original. I could not beat a single boss in that game. Not a one. I think the only boss I managed to beat was Aztec Falcon from the first stage, which took a lot of trial and error. And you have to beat him. Like, the game won't continue to let you beat him. But Mega Man 1 has this very evil thing it does, where you can fail missions, and the game will continue, right? And eventually you get to the point where the game throws a mission you can't skip at you. And I couldn't beat the boss there. And my little dumb child brain had it in my head that if I could somehow beat one of the 4 Guardians, that I might unlock something to help me play the game better. Like maybe I'd unlock them to play as, or I'd get their weapons or something, right? Because it's a Mega Man game. Mega Man 0 isn't exactly like that. You know? But, I was trying so... The character I tried to beat, by the way, I don't even consider him a very hard fight nowadays. Like I know his pattern, I can fight him just fine now as an adult, but... I was trying to beat Sage Harpuya in his first encounter. And I was trying for hours to do this. Like I was really trying. And I finally got him down to a single pixel of health. Like, I had him dead to rights. I dashed in for the kill. And I mistimed and dashed into him instead of slashing him. And I died. And I swear I saw red for a second, and then I just... Then I looked at my Game Boy screen, and the LCD looked like it had a sudden giant hole in it. And at first, I figured the screen had just glitched out, because that had happened before. I glitched the screen out a few times hitting my Game Boy. I was sure it was just that. But then, when I turned the screen off, I noticed that the hole in the LCD was still there. Could have made it a CRT. You mean like the one I'm playing on right now? Oh man, that was so bad. I learned a very important... I'm telling you, breaking my Game Boy Advance was the start of me finally learning to control my anger issues as a kid. Because I had really bad anger issues as a kid. Like, zero anger management. I could fly off the handle at damn near anything. And I still can. Like, those anger issues did not go away. I just learned how to manage them better. Part of how I manage them is by playing bullshit video games on the internet. Like I'm doing right now. This is part of my therapy, is what this is. Mega Man Zero anger management. The funny thing is that I actually love the Mega Man Zero series, like now. I actually loved it even then. Even as a kid who broke his Game Boy over that game, I still loved Mega Man Zero. And hey, guess what? When I finally got a new Game Boy to play on, you want to know what happened? I managed to beat Mega Man Zero 1, and I managed to beat it so soundly that I was running through that game without losing a single life. I wasn't doing damageless runs, but I was no longer dying on the various stages. I was able to make it through the whole game on a single life. Which, yeah, for somebody about 13, 14 years old, I think that's decently impressive for Mega Man Zero, because Mega Man Zero 1 is tough son of a bitch. I actually don't think I'd be able to do it now. I don't think I'd be able to beat the game on one life now. I think it would take me a few tries because I haven't played it in so long, but I still think I could beat it, no problem. I could finish Mega Man Zero 1 on stream. I think I had, actually. I think a long time ago, back when I first started streaming, I actually did play all the way through Zero 1 on here. He's a no miss, Shags Jr. The Nintendo Smart Maker controller is so tough, the mobile consoles had limits. Yeah. Hey, the Game Boy could take a lot of abuse, too. I can confirm that. It was just, I abused it one too many times. I just realized something. I've been trying to do this jump and losing my mind over it. You know what you can actually do here? And I just haven't realized it the whole time? Look, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Kind of a... You know where I was going with that. This whole time I have been trying... Yeah, the game has a fucking air dash. How did I forget? Alright, give me that homing shot. Piss off. Wait a second. That's the other trick. The other trick. You got that reference? Well, at least now I know how to get through there now. Because I don't think I'm going to beat Rogueless on this run either. I do have the homing shot though, so... Yep. Hold on. Build myself a little bit. I did not want to take 2 hits on that. Can I stop being directly in the firing line? Alright. Phase 2. Yeah, sure, let's just stop right where he is and let him land on me. Orko all grown up. Hey, you guys want to talk about something funny about Orko? So, I'm sure all of you who watched Masters of the Universe growing up remember Orko being a fucking dork loser who could never do anything right. Right? Do you all remember the episode where Orko went back to his home planet? Because it turns out Orko's actually super competent and can cast magic well. But the reason he fails at magic back on Eternia is because he's literally incompatible with Eternian magic. He is trying his best to control it, and he literally can't because it's not his home magic. So in other words, Orko is actually an absolutely fantastic magician, just not on Eternia. Which really does kind of beg the question, what the fuck are you doing here, man? I feel like sometimes people forget that Masters of the Universe has actual lore. Y'all remember that He-Man's mom is an actual Earthling, right?
Oh, so you finally made it this far.
I don't like proprietary magic, I prefer free and open source magic. You know what? Fair enough. Man, I loved He-Man growing up. Like, that was a lot of fun. The He-Man She-Ra Christmas special was actually like a consistent part of my every single time December rolled around, the He-Man She-Ra Christmas special was something me and my siblings would always throw on. We had it on VHS. It was a Christmas tradition for us to watch that. And even not during Christmas, sometimes we would just throw it on, because it's a fun episode. And it's super cool to see She-Ra and He-Man, like, teaming up, even under the context of a Christmas special, which is so goofy. Workable magic. Okay, the archer that was normally there is gone. Interesting. Fuck, how did that happen? Damn it. Alright, this run already sucks. I'm just gonna try to run for the end of the stage and get the 1-up. So that I don't lose any more. So that I don't lose anything, essentially. Never mind. He-Man, She-Ra, Astro Boy, The Little Vampire. Didn't watch Little Vampire. Transformers, Thundercats, Gems, some part of my childhood. Not always the same generation, but I did grow up with a bunch of those. There was a 2003 version of Astro Boy that was super cool that I got to watch some of. I've seen some classic Astro Boy now as an adult, and it's still fun. Especially for somebody like me who's a giant fan of Mega Man. It's always cool to go back and watch that, because you always kind of understand a little bit more about the inspiration behind one of your favorite things, right? That's something I always encourage people to do, by the way, is that if you like something, try to look into what influenced it. Because you'll probably end up discovering something else you love, and you'll be able to appreciate something you already love even more. Like, loving Mega Man is great, but then when you start looking at it and seeing the influences from stuff like Astro Boy, and Robot Hunter Kashan, and Kamen Rider, and Kikaider, like, once you start seeing those influences, it actually becomes even better. Because now you start getting what a lot of the, you start understanding a lot of what actually is going on behind the scenes in Mega Man. It's really fun to get that deeper understanding of something you already enjoy. It's why I always encourage people to look into the things that inspired what you like. Like with Valis here. A lot of what I think about this game is speculation, honestly. I know for a fact that Sukeban Deka is a show that influenced this, which was a series. I think it started as a manga and it got adapted into a live-action TV show and some movies, and it even got an anime OVA. Basically about this delinquent girl who becomes a detective who fights people with a yo-yo. That's the easy way to describe it. She also served as a direct influence for a character in Aegis Rim, if y'all remember me playing that. That game was awesome. Anyway, but I also, when I look at Valis and the way it's ended up, I see inspiration from a few different sources. I think the most obvious one is this anime called what was it? Leda, The Fantastic Adventure of Yoko. That's what it was. And The Fantastic Adventure of Yoko is kind of the OG Bikini Armor anime. Like, in all honesty, you're fucking with me right now. Come on. I have full magic. I don't need to do this. But anyway, yeah, that, and also, as weird as it is, I actually kind of see some influence and inspiration from Ixer 1. Which is, Ixer 1 is a sci-fi horror type show, whereas, Valis goes straight into fantasy territory instead. So not exactly the same. I would argue that the fantasy territory is where Yoko comes in. Which is, yeah. But I see a lot of different influences here for this. It's also not the only, it's not the only video game I can think of from, that period of time where I see some Ixer 1 influence. I really see a bit of that all over, Psycho Soldier. Okay, this time... Or let him land right on you and then... Fuck. We'll get him eventually. We got it. Kinda went off on a tangent there, but yeah. Astro Boy's cool. My childhood was always a little bit all over the place because I grew up... I did grow up in the 2000s, so I have nostalgia for a lot of old 2000s cartoons, right? Like... some of my favorites off the top of my head, the 2003 Ninja Turtles cartoon was one of my constant favorites. I tuned in for that every single week. There was a lot of anime that I watched, mostly from 4Kids, which I know has a reputation now, but when you were a dumb kid back in the 2000s, you took what you could get on, network television. To be very clear, I never had cable once growing up. So for me, cartoons were only on Saturdays, unless there was something on PBS, which, you know, educational. But yeah, didn't have those growing up, so... Oh, you know what another one of my favorites was, actually? The Men in Black cartoon was actually dope. I would actually go as far as to say that Men in Black, the series, is the best thing to come out of the entire Men in Black universe. Better than any of the movies. Straight up. I never did read any of the comics, but I know the comics are kind of like a loose inspiration for Men in Black. It's not really like the whole thing. But no, Men in Black, the series, the cartoon by Adelaide. Phenomenal cartoon. They do not make kids' cartoons like that anymore. Straight up. That is, not a thing. I think that's actually something that's desperately missing from kids' cartoons now. Because, weirdly enough, in the 90s and 2000s, there were some really mature kids' cartoons. Okay. A very long time ago, you watched Gem and the Holograms for a bit on Netflix and Discovery Family when it came on, around the time when I binged Transformers U1. Your dad felt a little bit of the way about me watching it, but it just seemed too cool. Yeah. I never really had to worry about my parents getting on my case for watching things that were girly. But part of it's because I had a ton of sisters, so if they were watching it, I could watch it, and it was no problem. I watched a lot of She-Ra with my sister. I enjoyed it, too. I thought it was a cool cartoon. We never did watch Gem. That was not one my family really got into, except for a couple of my younger sisters who did get into it, but... Me and my, the siblings around my age, like, the older group, you can actually split our generations right down the middle, and the older generation of kids, we did not watch Gem. The younger generation did, though, and they all seemed to enjoy it. I missed out on Gem and the Holograms, honestly. Fuck. It's funny because in the grand scheme of things, this stage is not that long. Just dense with bullshit.
Fuck! Nah! That sucked. Whew, okay, here we go again. Yeah, the studio that made Men in Black, the series, by the way, pretty much everything they touched was gold. You know that 1998 Godzilla film with Matthew Broderick that everybody hates? Except for me, I love that movie. I will not apologize for loving that movie. Yeah, that had a kick-ass follow-up cartoon sequel, Godzilla series, and it's like a legit good cartoon. Like, it's really worth watching. I feel the same way about Extreme Ghostbusters. Extreme Ghostbusters is just super underrated. Like, genuinely, everybody talks about the Ghostbusters movies, and they talk about the real Ghostbusters cartoon. I feel like older Ghostbusters fans kind of write off Extreme Ghostbusters as, oh, they replaced the cast with younger, hip kids. They tried to give representation by having a black guy in a wheelchair. One of the characters was a goth, you know? I feel like a lot of them try to write it off, and it's like, you are doing yourself a disservice doing that. Because it's a genuinely good cartoon with some really fucked up moments. Extreme Ghostbusters gets dark. They really actually lean into the whole ghost aspect of things. It's cool. Real Ghostbusters did that a couple times too. The episode with the Boogeyman, I think, that was something else. So it looks like you only brought DLC for 2 games, Civilization 5 and Regret It, and Arma 3, worth. Hey, Draken! I knew you were going to watch as a kid, but never understood why anyone wanted to watch all that melodrama, especially an episode I had seen.
サッキングなんてことがもってのほかです。
Yeah, for fiance. So why would they be allowed to make a soap opera cartoon where kids were told to leave the room when the grown-ups watched it? Which cartoon are we talking about? Gem? Or Extreme Ghostbusters? Or Godzilla? I've been going on about these things for... I've mentioned way too many cartoons in the past 20 minutes. Gem. Well, I never watched Gem, but I can actually give an answer to that regardless. And it's that kids do actually enjoy watching a lot of the same thing adults do. Kids like having extra complexity and drama and stories. There's a reason Robotech was such a big deal back when it first came out. And it's because kids didn't get that level of complexity in cartoons. You know? So anytime you had what was even a semblance of story or character development, kids latched onto that. I sure did for stuff like He-Man. My favorite episodes are the ones where the characters actually had to do shit. I've mentioned it before, my favorite He-Man episode is The Problem with Power, which is the one where Skeletor tricks He-Man into thinking that he killed a dude. Is the status quo restored by the end of the episode? Yes. But it does explore He-Man and Adam's character more in depth. How strongly He-Man feels about needing to be a hero. To the point that he would be willing to lay down his arms if he ever hurt an innocent person. Right? Like, that's interesting. Kids like moral complexity. They like story complexity. Kids are not brainless idiots who need to have flashing lights applied to them. That's kind of a recent thing where we've been letting our kids' entertainment be dumb, brainless flashing lights for kids. By the way, if you're a parent and you give your kid an iPad and let them watch Cocomelon for hours on end, you fucking failed at parenting. I know that sounds really harsh, but it's true. It's actually funny to me because people just like to say, "Oh, kids are fucking stupid," and you know, in a way, they are. They don't have experience. They're very emotional. They don't think things through very well. Kids can be very stupid.
However, they're not without brains. They're not without complexity. They can understand morally complex topics if you hand them to them. A lot of them kind of crave it without even realizing it. They want to have something more substantial to sink their teeth into. And it can be a great way for them to learn to mature and for them to form a new life philosophy around, right? Like I did that for things I grew up watching. Video games and cartoons, there are some of those I played that actively played a role in shaping how I behave. The thing. Kinda hated the Rick, Mim, May, Lisa part of the Robotech series, probably because I thought Lisa was the better choice. She is, that's the point. The whole idea with that thing is that Minmay Minmay's the kind of girl you fall in love with in high school, right? She's popular, she's preppy, she's fun to be around. She's supposed to be fun. They get that better in the Macross Do You Remember Love movie. That version of Minmay I actually do like. But she's very much the cute, young girl next door archetype. Lisa, on the other hand, is a woman. She is mature, she is grown up, she thinks for herself, she doesn't behave emotionally. You're supposed to like her better than Minmay. Kind of matures a bit, then goes back. I don't know what the fuck happened in the final episodes of Robotech, man. Or Macross, because I've watched the Japanese version too. I ain't no faker. I don't know what happens to Minmay. Seriously, if you want to actually see Minmay and actually like her as a character, just watch Macross Do You Remember Love. That gives you a version of Minmay you'll actually enjoy and like, frankly. I would go as far as to say that I think, this would make people, this is, I think this is kind of a hot take. I personally think that, Do You Remember Love is actually the better story. I think Do You Remember Love takes all the fat and trims it out. There's a few things you miss from the TV show that are great. I think the TV show is still worth watching. However, I think Do You Remember Love is a better told version of the story. Just write it off. Yeah, I don't know. I know part of it's that... So the end of the show, after the war, when they're on post-apocalyptic Earth, that was not actually in the script. They did not plan that. That was something that happened by coincidence. Because, basically, they didn't expect the show to be as popular as it was in Japan. Like, Macross proved to be such a hit that after the ending, they were ordered to write more episodes to fill for time. And they all kind of went, well, shit, what do we do now? And as a result, the last episodes of Macross have always felt kind of shaky. There's some interesting ideas in there, but for the most part, it's just a lot of melodrama, you know? I feel like people have bad memories of Robotech. It's specifically that arc where they're on post-apocalyptic Earth. I think that's what a lot of people are remembering. And that's partially because that part of the show was not initially planned. Kamadel and Hamnet, none of which made sense. It is interesting to me that that is literally suffering from success. Like there's no better way to put that. Macross suffered from success. I still love Macross, though. It is definitely one of my favorite anime. Both the TV show and Do You Remember Love. I've watched both. I love both. I do consider Macross to be an anime masterpiece. Like, flaws in everything. No masterpiece is without its flaws. But Macross is definitely up there as one of my... It's one of my big ones, you know? You know what? Are you telling me this entire fucking time this has not been... I've been avoiding that because I thought it was a pit. Are you telling me... Yeah, there's nothing down there. You did like the Sentinels and Southern Cross series? Hold on, let's see. Then again, if you watch Macross 2 movie, it fixes some things, just future things. Oh my gosh, hold on. You like Macross 2? Because a lot of people don't like that one, and I actually think it's pretty good. My only issue with it is that I feel like the main couple they went with in the end had zero chemistry, and they did it just to have a repeat of Hikaru and Issa. I feel like that's what they did. Because, frankly, I can't remember the main character's name, but him and Ishtar actually had a legit chemistry, whereas the blonde chick that he ends up with, I don't even feel like they interacted that much. That's my one gripe with Macross 2. Other than that, I've always actually really liked it. So the guy returning the best draws of the series. Yeah, dude. Dude. I actually have that one. I don't have much Macross because it's kind of hard to come across on DVD, unfortunately. But I do have Macross 2 the movie. Not the best way to watch it. The OVA version, the 4-episode OVA is still better. But I do have Macross 2 the movie, and I'm very happy I do. This is just a gorgeous movie. I should rewatch this. I haven't watched this in a while. I should rewatch this. I love that one. A lot of people don't like that one. Like, I've had discussions with people who say that it's terrible. And I have never felt that way about it. Did I pick up the extra life down here? I did not. Okay. Spent too much time trying to fill up the backstories and plot for some people to enjoy. That's what I like about it. Man, I'm the kid who watched, like, the Senate scenes in Star Wars Episode 1, just completely enraptured by the world building. That's the part of Star Wars that critics like to say, kids would be bored watching this because there's too much talking and not enough action. Meanwhile, I was the kid who was actively rewinding those parts to see what was going on and to understand more about the inner workings of the galactic civilization in Star Wars. I was that nerd. I was genuinely enthralled to learn more about the way the government of Star Wars worked. Something that most critics of the time, and even today, will just outright say, this movie will bore kids because there's too much talking. Okay, I bought the love story, felt like they did it in more Sonic. So maybe I need to rewatch it, because I remember when I watched it, I was kind of like, I see what they're trying to do, but I didn't feel like it worked, and I felt like Ishtar had better chemistry. But maybe that's just because I was biased towards Ishtar. I thought she was cute. I liked Macross 2 a lot when I watched it. Enough so that, you know, I bought the DVD, you know? The original time I watched it, I watched the 4-episode OVA. I forget where I watched it. Might have been on YouTube, might have been on Hulu. I don't remember. But I watched the 4-episode OVA version originally. I should watch the movie version that I own, though, because I've watched it before, I just haven't watched it in a while. Macross Plus is another one I really should revisit someday. I know that one's kind of considered one of the best of the series. Macross Plus is really good, but I don't know, something about it never quite... I don't know. I have this weird thing where if I feel like if a show is being a bit too pretentious, I zone out a little bit. I've always felt that way about Ghost in the Shell. Like, don't get me wrong, Ghost in the Shell is fantastic. I think Ghost in the Shell is awesome. However, I've always felt like it's just a little too up its own ass for its own good. And I've always felt like that about it. I enjoyed watching it. I've watched it a couple times. I think it's good. I still get a kick out of it every time. But I always felt like it was just a little too far up its own ass. And I feel similarly about Macross Plus, although I haven't seen that one in long enough that I'm due to give it another shot. And hopefully have a way better opinion of it. Because again, last time I watched Macross Plus, I was a teenager. And when you're a teenager, you tend to have shithead opinions, you know? Also, now that I'm an adult, I actually have way more patience for pretentious shit. I mean, I finally watched Evangelion a few years ago and loved it, which my teenage self swore he would never do in a million years. My teenage self was convinced I would hate Evangelion. And I was going to hate it specifically because everybody praised it as some sort of deconstructionist masterpiece of mecha. And I love mecha anime with all my heart. It is my favorite anime genre. It will always be my favorite anime genre. I do not agree with people who think that mecha...
Shinji, you must pilot the robot.
No, I'm afraid.
Shinji, you fucker!
Saw a better version of it called Johnny Mnemonic. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Here's the funny thing about that Ghost in the Shell movie. The Ghost in the Shell movie is absolutely nothing like the manga. Okay? The manga that Ghost in the Shell is adapted from is so different in tone. Major in that series is actually like Major Kusanagi in the manga is kind of a fucking goofball. Like she's she's a goofball, she makes jokes, she makes dumb faces, she cracks jokes, she's really horny in a lot of scenes, surprisingly so. Like, can you imagine that character from that movie, like, just randomly groping the ass of some android she saw? Because I can't imagine the movie version of her doing that, but, manga Kusanagi? Oh, she did that. She did that with zero regrets or hesitation. They're 1,000 better than oftentimes, yes. We're getting a new Ghost in the Shell adaptation. And from all looks, they are apparently trying to make it a manga-accurate adaptation.
So you finally made it this far.
I'm usually hesitant to accept new anime, but when it's something like this that is finally adapting the manga in an accurate way, I will give it a chance. The irony here is that I know for a fact that when this thing comes out, and I'm convinced it's going to be like a Netflix exclusive, just for the record. I'm convinced it's going to be a Netflix exclusive, which means I probably won't watch it, unfortunately, because fuck Netflix! I never forgave you fuckers for cuties, and I won't. Sorry, Netflix.
Oh.
You tried to apply.
So you finally made it this far.
And then pretended you didn't
The
know what
power
you were
of what
doing.
you call friendship isn't so futile after all.
Fuck you all. All of you. Anyway, my point is, what I find ironic is that they're gonna do this adaptation, right? And it's gonna be more accurate to the source material. And I guarantee you, people who only know Ghost in the Shell for the movie and standalone complex are going to complain and bitch about how they ruined Ghost in the Shell and made it a funny, jokey comedy series. I promise you that's what's gonna happen with the new Ghost in the Shell. They're gonna be like, this isn't Ghost in the Shell. Ghost in the Shell is a deep, serious, I almost said pretentious again. It's a deep, serious, existential series. And here you've just turned it into a goofball show. It's gonna happen. Don't let him forget. I won't. I never planned to. Honestly, as bad as it is that they were trying to appeal to that crowd with that movie, and that is fucking awful. I hold the studio that made that more responsible than Netflix in this regard. No. What insults me about Netflix is that they tried to play dumb about it. They tried to play dumb, and they acted like they expected their audience to be too stupid to notice. Like, they expected you to be fucking dumb and not realize what they were doing. And when they were caught, they had to stop and try to explain, oh, no, it's not what it looks like. When it is 100% exactly what it looks like. Never forget, I'm not going to go into specifics, but never forget that when they first started advertising
So you finally made
when they first started advertising that movie, it had a completely different poster and a completely different content description. And they changed it after the controversy started. Don't ever forget that. These companies have no morals, everybody. They will absolutely appeal to whatever audience they think you can get away with and whatever audience they think has the money for it. That is how it works. So yeah, I don't use Netflix anymore for that express reason. Anyway, this new Ghost in the Shell, people are going to hate it purely because it's gonna be goofier and funnier, and it's gonna have the character designs are gonna look a lot more anime. They're gonna look a lot more like Masamune Shiro's art. If you've ever seen the old 80s, you want to know what it's gonna look like, although it won't look exactly like this because it is digital painted, although the screenshots I've seen from the show look very promising in terms of the animation. But if you've ever seen Appleseed, the original 80s OVA Appleseed, or Black Magic M66, Those are also Masamune Shiro adaptations, and they follow his art style far closer than any of the Ghost in the Shell adaptations ever have. Most of the Ghost in the Shell adaptations are taken from Mamoru Oshii's vision, not Masamune Shiro's vision. In fact, the only Ghost in the Shell product that I recall taking direct influence from his art style and making it accurate to his books is the PS1 Ghost in the Shell game, which has some of my favorite animated content from the entire series. Seriously, if Ghost in the Shell had looked like that, I would have lost my shit. That is what I want out of an anime. Oh, you know what else is I totally forgot. You know what else is Masamune Shiro? Tank Police. Tank Police is so fucking good. I love Tank Police. I just don't even give a fuck anymore. I'm getting so tired. The only reason I haven't given up yet is because I'm right here at the end. If I can somehow make it out of this, we'll be done for the night. I knew it was going to take me all day to play Valis. I knew that getting through this whole game was going to take me the whole night. But I was willing to accept that. Because I want to play through these games for this month. I want to at least play through a few of them. Because I feel like if we're going to do a Bikini Armor August event, we have to pay homage to the Bikini Armor video game, right? Like, I can't really think of anything else from the retro age that quite feels as iconic as this when it comes to this weird little niche. When it comes to modern day stuff, that's going to be Onei Shambara, which I will be doing the PS2 entries of at some point this month. The month is still young, so still have plenty of time to get into that later. You saw their live-action version of Cowboy Bebop. Honestly, well, you like the guy. They had to play Spike Spiegel and other things, and kind of nailed the look. You just didn't have what it takes to make him as good as the anime. Making Valentine into queer when it was not, so in the original was just a slap in the face fans. There was... Dude, you can watch that and tell the people making it weren't actual fans of the anime. They thought they were improving it. That's the trick here. Horrifying stuff, actually. Would DOA be considered Bikini Armor in your opinion? Oh yeah, I think we can definitely fit. We can fit DOA in here at some point this month. I think I own DOA 2, hardcore on the PS2. I would not be opposed to doing a couple of runs of that. Definitely as Tina. I'd have to look and see what other characters have bikini type outfits, but Tina has outfits that fit that. Fixture art statement. Dude, that's what they do with live-action anime adaptations, in the West specifically. Not like Japanese home, like locally made anime adaptations, but for anime adaptations of the West, they keep going, I fixed your art because it's wrong. No respect for the medium. Like, at all. They see anime as something cringe and embarrassing. They never left that 90s, 2000s bully mentality of, this shit is cringe. The only reason they interact with it at all is because the general population is shifted to enjoying it. And even then, a lot of the general population is posers. They just want to seem cool because anime seems like the cool thing right now. I'm actually convinced that most people who say they're anime fans aren't actually... How do I put this without sounding like an asshole? When I've ever heard about that. So, a lot of modern anime fans are people who got into it around 2020, alright? When everybody was just stuck in their homes and didn't have anything to do. A lot of the people did not get into anime naturally, if that makes sense. This was not something they were exposed to naturally. This was a case of everybody else is doing it, so I should do it too. And this isn't like off the top of my head. There's lots of people that you're seeing that. They watched Demon Slayer once. Hey, I don't even think Demon Slayer's bad. I love Demon Slayer. I have a figure of Tanjiro. I have some shirts from it. I've read the entire manga. I have a fucking coloring book, okay? I like Demon Slayer a lot. However, you aren't wrong. They just watch Fairy Tail, which is a horrible anime series, honestly. I know some people who like anime, who like Fairy Tail that are anime fans. Fairy Tail appeals to a specific audience, and it's not everybody's cup of tea. My friend who likes Fairy Tail, last I liked, is also somebody, last I checked, is also somebody who likes Inuyasha, as I recall, which is not a series. Inuyasha in concept has everything I should like in an anime series, but I kinda hate the characters, and it's very much a Rumiko Takahashi thing, and I love some of her other works. I never quite vibed with Inuyasha and Kagome themselves. Kagome really kind of strikes me as a bitch. And a lot of Rumiko Takahashi's characters could be considered that, you know? Like, Ranma 1/2 has Akane, who could absolutely be considered something of a bitch in a lot of areas because she tends to overreact. But she still has her moments, right? 90% of the female cast in Urusei Yatsura could be considered a bitch, but that show plays it entirely for comedy. Something about Kagome just always rubbed me the wrong way. Inuyasha's not bad though, like Dragon Ball Z, so from lots of horrible filler episodes. See, maybe that's my problem with it. Maybe I just didn't vibe with the filler episodes. I felt like I was watching the show for a bit and it just never went anywhere. And in theory, I should like Inuyasha for a lot of reasons. I mean, ancient Japan, a lot of the monsters in it are yokai. There's a lot of historical, like, mythological references, which I'm all about. And yet, I just could never get into it because I just never vibed with the characters. And I find even that strange because, again, I like Rumiko's work. I enjoy Urusei Yatsura a lot. I haven't seen a ton of Ranma. I really should fix that one of these days, but I don't really hate the characters from that either. Because they still have their moments of not being assholes. There's actually one specific Rumiko Takahashi series I really want to watch. And it's Meisa Nikoku. I really want to watch that at some point. I don't know when I'm going to be able to fit that in, but I want to. Do I like Tenchi? I love Tenchi. I've only really seen Ryo Oki. I saw a couple episodes of Universe, but I love Tenchi. Tenchi is really good. Me and some friends actually rewatched Tenchi quite recently, the original 6 episodes, and it still holds up. It's still a lot of fun. We're missing that type of energy nowadays. There's something really comfy about Tenchi that I like. All 3 series was so funny and have Shark 2. I need to watch more of them, but yeah, Ryo Oki was the one we rewatched most recently, and yeah, it still holds up. I still love it. It's AIC, though. I love almost everything AIC and Art Mick worked on back in the 80s and 90s. So if you throw, like, Bubblegum Crisis at me, or Gunsmith Cats, or, Ixer 1. I kept mentioning Ixer 1. That was another AIC project. Or we can go with my actual favorite anime of all time, Megazone 2-3. That was AIC. And it's my favorite anime ever. Like Megazone 2-3. Ah, man. I haven't watched it in a bit either. It's actually been a while since my last rewatch of that, even though I love that show. I need to sit down and rewatch it, man. My birthday's coming up next month, so I'll probably do my usual shtick where I watch that on my server with people. I'm considering also doubling it up with Princess Mononoke, just because that's another favorite anime of mine that I haven't watched in a while. I was watching Porco Rosso with some friends. I'd never seen it before, and it was reminding me of how much I love Ghibli movies. And I was just kind of like, yeah, Princess Mononoke is my favorite one. I should rewatch that. And yeah, I'm thinking that's what I'll end up doing for my birthday, is we'll rewatch Princess Mononoke and Megazone 2-3. I tried to do Ixer 1 and Megazone 2-3, but people weren't really vibing with that. Ixer 1's a weird anime, I know that. I like it, but I recognize that a lot of other people might think it's too weird. That's fine. The crazy green-haired alien lady was also one that you like. Don't let him be... Yeah. I haven't seen Pompoko yet, but that's one I want to watch at some point. Why were there plain Doritos? Pompoko I want to watch, though. That one looks fun, too. And yeah, no, Ryoko I actually never had an issue with. Look, I have issues, okay? I like a little bit of crazy. I know that's not healthy. I know that that's like, dude, run. But I've always liked a little bit of crazy. I like girls who can keep me on my feet. There's a reason Lise is my best friend. She's always been able to do that. She's just a little bit unhinged, and that's fun. I like that. And a lot of my favorite female characters are like that, too. Maybe I have bad taste in women. I don't know. But regardless, I always liked Ryoko, even from the start. Is she... scary? Yes. Part of the fun. Player's character just barely, there were some better choices. Yeah, I could see that, but she was always my favorite choice. Fuck. Although, just to be clear, with some of the ladies I like in some fiction, don't ever mistake it for a I can fix her thing, because it's not about fixing her. That is not my mindset in that instance. That instance is, oh, she's just as fucked up as I am. That's what that is. You know what I like about some of the some women that are kind of scary? I like that they aren't pretending to be something they aren't. They aren't pretending to be nice girls. I value that sort of honesty. It's something I value in a lot of my friends too. Like, some of my friends can be very rough individuals to be around, right? Like they can be a little crass, they can be a little crude, they can be a little angry. But what I like about people I surround myself with, and why I surround myself with them, is because they're real. They don't try to hide who they are. And that is important to me. Because I don't hide who I am. I don't feel like other people should have to hide who they are either. Quite frankly, I find the concept of societal norms and definitions to be absolute bullshit. People are not made for one binary. They're made to be individuals. And everybody's going to have their own standards. You should not be trying to force your standards onto other people. So, I'm not going to do that to other people, and even if I end up not liking them, as far as their personality goes, you know what? As long as they're honest, I can at least respect them. Honesty and loyalty are actually like my two most valued aspects for other people. I always wanted some kind of with Sasami intention. You kind of have a moment. Yes. Honestly, in the original 6 episodes, it never felt like it went too far. But there was a time where I felt like they really... The problem with a character like Sasami is that she was gonna be a popular character. Because people like cute characters, you know? some people like cute characters for the wrong reasons, but she's a cute character. She was always going to be able to move merch, and she was always going to be popular. And as a result, they start pushing her more and more. And it's like, well, this is a rom-com show, so we got to start playing. And it's a really slippery slope, and I've never been comfortable with it. But Tenchi always managed to stay far enough away from it that I didn't feel like I needed to drop the whole series. And I need to make something else very clear. Well, I'll drop some... Oh, that anime is really funny. The anime playing up there. The girl super tall and the guy super short. Oh! Hold on. Oh, was that the pumpkin wine? Hold on. Was that what was playing up there? Hippodrome. I'm going back a little bit. Midnight Carnival. Oh, yes, it was. Yes. Yeah, what was this called? Give me a second. It's just labeled pumpkin wine in my thing. Yeah. I've never actually gotten to watch it. I just have I have the opening because I find it really... I get this opening stuck in my head. Something I've done on YouTube is I will actually just set... I will actually just listen to playlists of, like, 80s anime openings. I always wanted to watch this, though. It looks really cute. Yeah. I like rom-coms, actually. They're something I find very fun and very enjoyable. Even modern rom-coms, actually. Me and Lise watched Please Don't Tease Me, Miss Nagatoro. And honestly, I thought it was really cute. It goes into a little bit of pervy territory occasionally, but that's anime for you. In terms of the actual relationship being portrayed, I thought it was really cute because, yeah, actually, high schoolers, some of them will interact like that, you know? Girl likes guy, starts teasing him relentlessly. And the guy just kind of figure out, okay, is she teasing me because she doesn't like me, or she's bullying me, and he starts to pick up on the fact that, wait, no. Something where the male is student and teacher fall in love with student. No! No, it is not. What? That is not the one. No! What? What? No! No, it is not! I don't even know what that is. Male student falls for the female teacher. Yeah, that is not the one. That is not the one this is. No, no. Again, Nagatoro is a recent one. She's the small tan girl who bullies her senpai, who is like this very nerdy glasses-wearing art student. And despite the context of her bullying him, it's actually kind of wholesome. And you really, you know, it's like, oh, no, they actually like each other. And it's just this cute little building relationship. Again, some fan servicey moments and whatnot are in there, and that can feel a little icky depending on who you are. But overall, it's very cultural. Persona 5, like... I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Kawakami's kind of fine. To be clear, by the way, while I find some of this content that we've discussed to be kind of gross and icky, I don't think it's illegal. I don't think it should be illegal because the people who are indulging in it aren't actually hurting anybody. And we've got way more serious people to deal with. Okay? The day we get all the actual pedophiles off the street and all the sex trafficking rings dealt with, then we can talk about dealing with that. But until then, quite frankly, when you're dealing with that, I feel like you're just kind of... posturing at that point. You're not actually doing any change, you're just doing something to make it... You're trying to feel like you're doing something.
There's so much porn! Porn! What the fuck? There's so much porn!
See? My stream agrees with you. My stream agrees with you, see? I might have to switch that so that it stops going off every time somebody mentions porn, but it's too funny otherwise. Oh man, this is not the run either. I only get one use of this force field too. You guys, by the way, don't want to know just how hard I had to bite my tongue to stop myself from singing when you guys were recording that song. The power of what you call friendship
isn't so futile after all.
I love that song. I love Persona 3. Persona 3 is a game that speaks to me on a personal level. The other Personas are fine. Like Persona 5, Persona 4, Persona 1 and 2. Good games. I like the ideas that they have in them. I didn't actually play most of them, unfortunately, but I like the stories on display. I like the ideas they had. I actually would love to play Persona 1 because I am an old school Shin Megami Tensei fan. I have played Shin Megami Tensei 1, 2, if. I played those. I like those. I think I am actually the right person for Persona 1. Also, I remember when Cobra was playing Persona 1 and she kept getting dumbass Persona fans in there asking why she was playing this game. It's horrible. Nobody plays Persona 1. What are you doing? Play Persona 3 before you get scared off the series forever. Not even Persona 3. It was always Persona 5. I want those assholes to come into my chat and try to pull that shit with me. I want them to come in there and try to pull that. Because they will feel a verbal assault that they have never felt in their entire lives. They will reconsider their entire existence by the time I'm done with them. I dare y'all to come into my stream and try to tell me that I am playing games wrong because I chose to play a game that you think is garbage. I will tear you a fucking sunder. The live action female ninjas that use sex jutsu and shots to feather who has to kill target movies are dominant in Japan. Oh, you mean the you mean some of the stuff I actually talked about in my video recently? Oh my gosh, I watched that shit. Why did I watch that shit?
さっきなんてことはもってのほかです。
Shags Thanos beatbox! Now listen here, you little shit. I'm gonna explain to you why you don't know shit about playing video games. You've never had to struggle a day in your life. You think Persona 5 is hard? Persona 5 gives you tools to win with. Persona 5, by comparison, holds your little baby bitch hand to get through some of those fights. I played Megami Tensei 1. I'm not sane. I do have my limits though. Majin Tensei is too slow for me, okay? Because it's funny, of course, and for research purposes. Those movies are so bad. Actually, the 7th one was pretty good. Kunoichi Ninpocho Yagyu Gaiden was actually decent. I did say that in the video. I thought that one was actually pretty fun. Still stupid and horny, but they had some good stuff in it. I liked it. I don't foresee myself rewatching any of the other Kunoichi Ninpocho films unless somebody finds me the English dub of Part 5. I will watch the English dub of Part 5 if somebody finds it for me. Other than that, yeah, I don't see myself rewatching those anytime soon. Like a lot of the other films I talked about in that video. Shinobi Heart Under Blade, hell yeah, I'll rewatch that. Iga Ninpocho, I literally said in the video, is my favorite of the ones I covered there. I have rewatched that one several times. I'll probably rewatch it again in the future. I like that one a lot. What else did I cover? I think most of that movie was Kunoichi Ninpocho, unfortunately. Oh, right, no, the 60s films, because I did cover Kunoichi Ninpo from the 1960s, and I covered Shinobi no Manji from the 1960s. I could totally rewatch those. I don't really have a problem with rewatching those. I could see those actually being fun. Lives in your head. They're hilarious more than being raunchy. That's actually what I said in the video. I don't think the Kunoichi Ninpocho films are trying to be sexy. I think they're goofy as shit. I think they're supposed to be like screwball comedies. You're not supposed to be getting off the Kunoichi Ninpocho. You're supposed to be laughing at the bullshit you're seeing, which... I mean... Yeah. Why do I watch this shit? I feel like that is just... That video in a nutshell is me just going, why do I watch this shit? The answer is it's fucking hilarious. I am looking forward to the next video though. Makai Tensho. I want to have that done sometime in October. I already have the script. I'm already working on the script. I plan to get back into working on the script once I'm back to watching My Neighbor's House for the month, because they're going to be leaving on Monday, which is right as soon as my family comes back from vacation. So, like, yeah, ain't no rest for the wicked. The Shinobi, actual name of the movies, and Shinobi Heart and Blade were good, except the endings were kind of depressing. I mean, the Shinobi, I don't remember which, I don't think I talked about the Shinobi in there, but, are you talking about, like, Shinobi no Mono or something? Because I haven't watched that, but, Heart Under Blade has a decently depressing ending, but it's actually a happy ending compared to how the original book ends. Because at least somebody lived. Spoilers for a book from 1959, by the way. Damn it. Damn it. Heart Under Blade was the second movie in the duology? I don't think it was. I thought Shinobi was... That doesn't make any sense, because Shinobi covers the entirety of, Koga Ninja Scrolls. The Shinobi? That's weird. I researched that whole thing, and I did not... I know in Japan the movie's just called Shinobi, and Heart Under Blade was the English subtitle, but I don't think that was a two-parter. Because Shinobi Heart Under Blade is an adaptation of the Koga Ninja Scrolls book. And I've watched the whole thing. It covers that. There's one that takes place before, but kind of same premise. I've never seen that. I've seen Shinobi Heart Under Blade, which is... Again, it's adapting Koga Ninpocho, which was the very first book in the series, so there's no real prequel to adapt there. I don't know what you're talking about, but I would very much like to know more, because that is something I did not run across in all of my research for that. Heart Under Blade, as far as I could figure out, was just... it was a standalone adaptation of the book. A very loose one at that. So, now I do know that another film that's based off of another Futaro Yamada book that came out not too long before, Shinobi Heart Under Blade was 2005. In 2003, there was a theatrical adaptation of Makai Tensho. And I always felt like I felt like the 2003 version of Makai Tensho and Koga Ninpocho would pair up very well as a double feature. And the name, because on the site I watched, it's just called The Shinobi, I will share with you. Please do, because, like, I did not run across that. All the research I did, and bear in mind, I was checking, like, Japanese pages, too, for more information. Every piece of information I could find for that movie just indicated that it was a standalone adaptation of the novel. That would be very weird if it's like a second part of a duology, though, because what is the first movie even based on in that case? Because there is no prequel to Koga Ninja Scrolls. There is a shitty unofficial sequel to Koga Ninja Scrolls, though, that was not made by Futaro Yamada. Hi, Oka Ninja Scrolls, you suck. You're not a real Ninpocho book. The only saving grace of that is that it has a kick-ass anime opening. Because it's on Myoza, of course it's fucking awesome. Story was similar to place at the height of the Ninja Clans rather than towards the end of the Sengoku period? I've never heard of that, but that sounds awesome. I've never... Man, when did that even come out? Heart Under Blade was 2005, so... When did this film you're talking about come out? I'm genuinely curious at this point. The only film I talked about in that video that was, what was it? The only book I talked about in that took place during the Sengoku period was Iga Ninpocho, also known as Ninja Wars, which is nothing like Koga Ninja Scrolls at all. That is a very different story. But that was the only one I covered that took place at that time period. Pins. Kill him, Alf. Like about 5 or so years prior. Huh. Interesting. I've never heard of this, but I'm very interested. I love ninja movies, honestly. And I mean like almost any type of ninja movie. It doesn't have to be like a legit ninja like Japanese film. I love my canon ninja movies. Like Ninja 3 The Domination is so spastic that how can you not love it? Like, that movie is a glorious crime in motion. And I recently found out how it came to be, and it was the funniest thing to realize as I was watching the Bad Movie Bibles video on Ninja 3. And the Heroic Trio movies. I have not. This is some determination. I feel like you don't spend enough time around my streams to realize that I am a stubborn asshole. Frequently, the only time I give up on streams is when I run out of time, which, hey, that doesn't happen. I literally have nothing else going on in my life at the moment. I can stream as long as I want. So in other words, unless it gets too late and I have to go to bed, I will be finishing this. Especially when I'm this close to the end of the game. Like a CRPG for less time than this. We're closing in on 8 hours at this point. I do not tire of this sort of stuff easily, because the game's still fun. That's the funny part. Is this extremely difficult right now? Yes. But this is still fun. The level design's still very balanced and fair. There is a way out of most situations in this level. It's just that the timing is very tight. And you can easily screw it up like that. Just like that. Especially with So Trippy really gave the Exorcist run for its money. Yeah. But here's the funny thing. The way Ninja 3 came about was simply, hey, the ninja movie boom is still going really strong. We started this with Enter the Ninja. Revenge of the Ninja did really well at the box office. People are eating up ninja movies. However, I feel like the formula is becoming a little stale. I forget if it was Golem or Globus who said this, but one of them was like, it's becoming a little stale. We want a fresh new take on the ninja idea. So, get to work on that. And when I heard that they were like looking for a fresh new take, that was like, I was just like, that explains literally everything about the movie. Because the first two movies, they tried to be at least a little grounded. It's still canon ninja, so it's not actually that grounded, but they were trying to be a little grounded. But then Ninja 3 hands them a blank check, says do whatever you want. So they take a look at what's popular right then, and they see Flashdance, and they see Poltergeist, although they say Poltergeist, but it sounds like what they're remembering is Exorcist. Like when they talk about it in interviews regarding the movie. It sounds like they're remembering Exorcist instead of Poltergeist. Point is, they took a look at what was popular at the time. So supernatural possession type movies, Flashdance. Okay, guys, we have to start something here. Basically, the way Ninja 3 came into existence was the heads of canon said, this is getting too predictable, do cocaine about it. We gotta coke it up a notch. Boss, do you mean kick it up a notch? Danny's, I said what I fucking said. That's how Ninja 3 happened. I'm only gonna get one use of the shield thing, so I'm not even gonna bother with that star icon. Give me the homing shot. I do want that heart, so... Fuck. Alright, let's give this another shot. Fuck. That's the wrong direction. Ah, nope. That was the wrong direction. I am really just eating every hit possible on this boss, huh? Alright. Here we go again.
And I'm not normal!
Oh my gosh, what do I do about that? Oh, what the hell is that move? What am I supposed to do about that? Probably dash. Fuck you! I need to dash out of the way of those. The Heroic Trio is a really great Hong Kong action sci-fi superhero movies. Michelle Yeoh, Anita Mui, and Maggie Chung as three female heroes in a post-apocalyptic landscape. Has mad scientists, weird demons that mind control scientists, and creating a nuke to kill off humanity so the demons can take over and control survivors. What on earth? That sounds amazing! I gotta see that!
Oh, so you find...
Shut up, Rogueless. We were really close to beating him on that boss. I just needed to dodge out of the way more. I think we'll get him on the next run. We got really close on the last one. I just needed to.
So you finally made it this far.
Literally, when I see him go to do his attacks, I just need to dodge. And that's it. That dodge roll is integral to being able to survive most attacks in this game. Your plot armor. I have that. Alright, here we go. Okay. Time to lock the fuck in and get in the zone. Okay. Ow, son of a bitch. I'm not even bothering to pick that up. If I die at the final boss, it just doesn't matter. Damn it. You son of a bitch. Forgot to get him down like that. That was my mistake. Fuck. Just making sure I got the right thing. Hey, come on! I need that. I need the 2 uses of the shield that this gets me. Alright.
Oh. So you finally made it this...
Ah! Oh, that was the wrong direction. I was not facing the right direction to do the roll. I'm figuring out that the best solution I can do here when I have my weapon is to stay in one spot and make sure to dodge when he goes to do his attack. Alright, here we go again. Yeah, see, that's how you deal with that. No, do the shield, do the shield, do the shield. Oh my gosh, he was just spamming that. Okay. We have this on the next round, though. I might just purposely lose here repeatedly because I don't want to deal with this.
So you finally made it this far. The power of what you call...
We're good. We're good. We got this. He was spamming those. Only 14 hours to save the Earth. Wow. He had to have been getting close to death there, by the way.
So you
He had to have been getting really close to death there. Because, he, can still slide under him, though. Yes. When he jumps up like that to do that, I should have been sliding under him. I was just kind of caught off guard because I was like, okay, and he's gonna do the mace now. And he's gonna do the mace now. And he was just like, no, fireball, 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 fireball. I did actually just see that message, Draken. Thank you for sending me that. Okay, so... here we go again. It's one of those things where the boss just behaved outside of what I was expecting, you know? So it caught me off guard. We got this, though. This is in the bag as soon as we get back there. Do not do anything stupid while I get there. Not even bothering to grab the extra life this time. Ugh. Nah, I was gonna flip. Hold on. What? Come on. Get on the platform, Yuko. Motherfucker. Are you kidding me? Stop. Sure. Okay. Fuck you. Oh, fuck you! Yuko, you fucker. Okay, let's keep going. That was my fault.
Really doesn't matter how many lives I get to the boss with. If I die there and lose my power-up, I don't really have a recourse. Fuck. Damn it. Fuck off. Can I, like, beat this game before the voices in my head start screaming at me? What? That never did that before. When I'm standing on a platform, it doesn't flip over. Why the hell did it flip over? Because Telenet programming, that's why. Yeah, that's no good. For that. Really does seem like the only option here. It probably hits weaker than some of the other ones, but... eh. Fuck off! Here we go. Maybe try the Konami code. It's one of those games that lets control you towards the end of the game. Really? Yeah, I hadn't noticed. Okay. So basically, I just need to pay attention to where it is on the screen and then make sure to roll if I need to. Or I could roll directly into his firing line. Sure. Just die already! Okay. Oh, I didn't get here with enough energy for 2 of those. Fuck! Nope, that didn't work. They truly hate themselves doing such a thing. I'm sure some people have figured it out to a science. People who have played this game way more than I have. Because this is not unlearnable. I assume a speed run of this would involve a lot of spamming the slide kick move, though. Also, if you're doing a 1 credit run of this as well,
you wouldn't have to worry about having to restock your weapons either. You would get your fully powered up weapon and it would probably be even easier. Damn it. DM'd me? What did you give me? Hold on a second. There we go. That was weird. Alright, what do we got? Overdrive? Yeah, that's about right. Hold on. Let me check some things. Yep. Alright. Yeah, that's about right, actually. This music, yeah. Well, didn't mean to make that elevator go up there yet. Fine. Damn you. Hey, you see that sick dodge? This is about how I feel right now, yeah. Like Ninja, it's like Ninja Gaiden never actually ended. Alright, this is my chance to get back some of this health. Fuck off. Oh, that's shitty. Oh, come on. We're taking hits off the shield already. Fuck off! Just fucking fall. Ah, that sucked. Ah,
right onto him, really? Stop doing that. Fuck. Nope, that's it. I didn't move quick enough. Ugh. Close. Close. I wish there was an instant suicide button here because, quite frankly... we were really close that time, too. If I hadn't taken a bunch of stupid hits right before we got to the boss on those spikes, I think we would have been fine. Because I essentially would have been rolling with 3 health bars instead of 2. But I had to take a bunch of hits on those spikes right before the boss, and... yeah. The first phase is harder than the second. Seriously. And the only thing that makes that first phase harder is that it's got randomness to it. It's kind of random which direction he'll be facing when he fires those off. That second form has a consistent pattern to it. And it really just wants you to, like, dodge roll out of the way of everything, which ain't difficult. Again, if I hadn't taken a bunch of stupid hits on the, if I hadn't taken a bunch of stupid hits on the spikes right before the boss room, I think we would have had him there. Fuck. Ah! That's gonna make things difficult. Okay. You know what? We'll run with it. We'll see what happens. Maybe it deals more damage than the homing shot, right? Maybe this is what I need. Not likely, but we'll go with it. Fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah, no, this ain't gonna work. Fuck you. That, again, that was my fault. I picked up the wrong weapon there. Okay, here we go again. This time, make sure we pick up the weapon I want. Because, yeah, that homing shot was pretty much all I could do. Because
I don't have time to aim at him while I'm trying to dodge his lasers.
Fatality. Flawless victory.
Something we're definitely not getting tonight. Oh, look at those sick dodges. 5 years later, SpongeBob Shaggy Bits is still streaming The Last of Us trying to finish it. Fuck. Oh my gosh. You guys stop being absolute dicks. Man, it just occurred to me. If this is the last Valis game they made for this, are the other games gonna be more frustrating by virtue of being jankier? That's a terrifying thought. Hope you guys will join me to find out. Oh yes, I think that'll be very fun. Got these sick jukes. Fuck. Fuck. Get on the platforms, Yuko. Yuko! Yuko! Stop! Stop! Sometimes they ask me how you're doing, and you're supposed to say you're fine, and deep down you're not really fine, you're kind of... One of these points I'm gonna accidentally hit that new game button and I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. I'm terrified that's gonna happen, because that's what happened when we were doing Ninja Gaiden on Master System. Oh boy. Come on. Watch there be a third form to this, by the way. Watch me having struggled on this for literal hours, and watch there just be a third final form. Just to fuck with me. If that happens, I'm turning the game off. I'm dead serious. What?
Why did I take damage there? That hasn't happened the last several times. You was motherfucker, you know that? Fuck off. Need that star. Fuck off!
Oh, so you finally made it this far?
Fuck off, shut up and fight me. Just shut up. Okay, the minute my power goes down, I need to make sure to activate the shield again. No! Fuck, he landed right on me!
Oh,
power goes out.
So you finally made it this far? The power of what you call friendship isn't so futile after all. I'll give you that.
I'm going to change the form with Larry.
There's probably no place more fitting for a warrior's grave than my castle. Come on, give it everything you've got.
No, kill me. I'm right here. Do it. Do it now!
Oh.
Yeah. Seriously. I don't even mind the fact that he has no health bar. I'm just... I can't even say this is an unfair boss fight, even. Like, it's not. Like, it has a very clear, readable pattern. Like, for the second phase. The first one has a little bit of randomness to it, but he only does the one attack. You just kind of gotta pay attention to what side he's on. Like, I can't say this is a broken or unfair game. The difficult part is just the timing on everything. It's very tight. Damn it. What the... Pulls his face across it. I wouldn't be surprised. He landed on top of me, so I didn't get the chance to use my second barrier. And I think if I had gotten to use that, I would have been fine.
Come on. Come on. Let it happen. Let it happen. Come on, game. Let me have a win. You know you want to. Come on. Yeah, I can slide under that arrow. I should keep that in mind. What? See, that's actually shitty. That sort of jankiness where I was standing on the platform and the platform should not be able to move while I'm standing on them. And that one moved anyway. That was ass. Come on. Why am I even slashing? I can just dash right through those guys. Can't dash for that guy because he's on an incline, so I don't have my feet out, I guess, but... I just dashed through all of them right at the start. Why am I not doing that? You know what this is reminding me of for some reason? This theme is reminding me of the theme song from Tattoo Assassins. Which is such a cursed thing to think about. Bro managed to shoot an arrow while he was dead. That's dedication to the job right there. Okay, no, I'm just gonna kill myself right here. I'm just gonna actually kill myself. I'm not going into the boss with anything less than full health. Kinda does sound like that. Also, Data East type. Yeah, but it's not real Data East. That's Data East Pinball. For some reason, they told to make a Mortal Kombat clone. The 90s was an absolutely wild time. Just hey, you guys make pins for us, right? Well, we need a fighting game to cash in on Mortal Kombat, so yeah, do that. Make it happen, Captain. Actually, we're actually not gonna release this, so thank you for your hard work and have a nice day. That's it. After 7 years, so long. Good luck. I don't recall saying good luck. Damn it!
Flawless victory.
I like the
Team because it was simply the Western Division and more common as American. Yeah, I think that was the logic, yeah. Meanwhile, the other dev that I can't remember the name of, they made Survival Arts and made one of the best Mortal Kombat clones by virtue of how fucking unhinged it is. I love Survival Arts. You know what? No. No, still not good enough. No. Doing it again. Kaneko, thank you. Yeah, I do actually really like, Survival Arts. That game is unhinged in the best way. Mongo for life. I'm gonna carpet bomb the shit out of you as Mongo. That's how I win in Survival Arts. Fuck that shit, here comes Mongo. Oh, whoop, that was... It gets banned in Japan, they just make their own. Well, it wasn't banned initially, that's the funny thing. You realize Mortal Kombat 2 had a Japanese release, right? It was a censored release, but they had it. Modern MK, I believe, isn't sold in most stores in Japan. It's not that it's full-on banned, it's only the fact that the age rating that Mortal Kombat gets in Japan is instantly equivalent to our AO rating. So most places won't even bother selling it. Piss off. Still need that star. Oh my gosh, why is it so hard to do the short hop? Look at this. Okay, it's back to normal. Hold on. I'm gonna reset this. And since I need to die here anyway, I'm gonna practice this. See? How do I get in there? Yeah, Go Kaiser! Come on, Go Kaiser has to be in a playlist for this sort of thing, right? It's always so weird to me that Go Kaiser got an anime. A really weird one, too. Fuck off. What? Whoa. The fuck? Okay, we're going for it. I don't need to fill up my magic anymore. Here we go. Here we go. Ah, it was the wrong direction to roll. I somehow managed to avoid getting hit. Ah! Fuck. Never even heard this part of the song before. How many more hits are you gonna take? Oh my gosh, dude. How many fucking hits does this guy take? Based on the game, it wasn't an anime first.
So you finally made it.
Yeah,
this
it was
far.
based on the game. We put that in Double Dragon and ported to PS1. They knew dang well it worked better on Saturn instead. Yeah. Too many hits. Seriously. Holy fuck. That was looking good, too. That was... Holy fuck. Anymore, come on. I just want to get back to the boss so I can take another. Oh, come on. Well, that works. Fuck off. Get bent. Hey, you. Everything you stand for? Hate this fucking game. Oh my gosh. For the record, I'm not even going to try to get the heart here at the end. Unless I get hit on a spike and I need to come back and grab it. Just going to collect the star. Actually, you know what? Grabbing the star over here is actually going to be safer. See? Alright. I have
Only 4 health missing. I'm not even going to bother trying to grab this because the chances of getting hit and losing health are too great here. Gonna roll in there with almost full health and a full set of magic to use for the barrier, and we're gonna work with that. Why am I not just setting up the barrier right off the bat anyway? That was my fault. I just took a bunch of unnecessary hits on my barrier. Why did I dodge? Why did I dodge? Why did I dodge? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, you fucking dumbass? How many fucking hits do you take? What the hell? Do not throw another form at me.
This isn't over yet.
No.
Lecanto's power won't fade. As long as humanity exists, peace is merely a momentary consolation.
Ambush!
Nothing is as fragile and fickle as the human heart. For their own desires, they deceive, hurt, and shed each other's blood. After all, it's just an ugly creature. What's the point of a victory you risked your life for?
No! Humans can love each other many times stronger than hurting each other! A time will come when you realize it. Until then, I will keep fighting. Even if I run out of strength, a new justice will surely find the answer.
That might be good. Will humans awaken first? Or will you collapse from exhaustion first? I shall return my spirit to the atmosphere and watch over your battle. Farewell, warrior of Hellas.
Thank you for watching.
It's good enough. It's good enough. Oh my god. I'm sorry, was that... Did he leave a Japanese voice line in there?
It's not, is it?
song. There we go. Alright, that's Valis the Phantasm Soldier. Do not play this stupid English dub. This AI translation is fucking garbage. Like the fact that somebody actually put that together and said it was good enough. Go fuck yourself. Wow. Oh my gosh. It's been a long time since I've felt insulted by a translation crunch. That did it. That was insulting. Wow. What a piece of shit. That said, the actual game, Valis, this is a good game. I do quite like it. The final boss was definitely infuriated me a little bit, but we made it through. So hey, that's something. Can't really complain about. Everything was actually very tightly designed too. That boss took a lot of hits at the end, but the pattern was still good. The pattern was still very ooh, saxophone solo. I'm always a sucker for a good saxophone solo. No, I like Valis. I still like Valis. This is still a great way to play the game. Very much enjoyed it. But after this, I feel like we're gonna have to get used to things not being quite so nice, because you gotta remember this was the last Valis PC Engine game, as opposed to Valis 2 and 3 were actually released in English with official English dubs, which should be really fun. So we'll get to Valis 2 and 3. But you want to play the vanilla version more than anything? Yeah, no, play the Japanese dub. You'll understand the story just fine. Yeah, no worries. Don't worry about not getting what's going on. You'll be fine. But yeah, playing the Japanese PC Engine version is good stuff. The Sega version ain't terrible, but it's definitely a downgrade from this. Oh man, that final boss, dude. We did not have time to play anything else today. We have been on for 9 hours. 9 fucking hours of this shit. When was the last time I did a 9-hour stream, you guys? It's been a while since I did a 9-hour stream. Although I will say, for our second stream of Bikini Armor August, pretty strong. Pretty strong to open things up with, right? It doesn't look like any of my friends are online right now. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Telnet. Yeah, no, I do enjoy their stuff. Not everything they made is great. I mean, they made that really shitty Golden Axe port. But, like, I still find that there's a lot of You know what? Even with how shitty Golden Axe turned out, that's primarily in the gameplay department, you know? It was obvious they wanted to make something that was cool. They just didn't quite pull it off. It's also a shame because the PC Engine just doesn't have that many beat-em-ups on it. And the few ones that are there are kind of janky. The best one on there is probably the Double Dragon port. No? Ugh. Oh, man. I am... Yeah, okay. Looks like we're staying for now. Anasan, Ninja Warriors, Vigilante. Yeah, now how many of those are actually good? Also, Vigilante and China Warrior kind of belong in their own thing. Ninja Warriors, I didn't even consider a beat-em-up. The original arcade version of Ninja Warriors, that's not a beat-em-up. Vigilante and China Warrior kind of belong in their own space. Anasan is a beat-em-up, but while I like Anasan aesthetically, it's definitely very janky. Same thing goes for Riot Zone. That game is pretty janky. There's the River City Ransom port for PC Engine, which is okay. I think the Double Dragon port is probably the best beat 'em up on the system. Are there any beat 'em ups besides Vigilante and China Warrior that were like Hue cards anyway? I don't think they were. I think all the beat 'em ups on the system were CD games anyway, because Anasan, Double Dragon, River City Ransom, those were all PC Engine CD games. Riot Zone was a CD game. Yeah, the PC Engine does not have a very strong CD. It doesn't have a very strong beat 'em up library at all, which is unfortunate because that's my favorite genre. Plenty of shmups to make up for that, I guess, but still. All right, well, I'm not starting another game. It's 1:30. I think it's time to call it for the night, and I don't really have anybody I'm gonna raid tonight. So I think we'll just go ahead and Black Hole Assault. No, I'm not counting Black Hole Assault. No. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. Hell nah, bro. Hell nah. Okay, well, I probably won't be back tomorrow unless it's like a late stream because I have a lot of work I gotta handle while my folks are out. Normally I would be doing something on Monday, but I might also be busy on Monday because I have to start watching Neighbor's House again. But we'll see if I have time on Monday, and we'll do something. I'll just figure out what when we jump into Valis 2. I can't promise I'll beat any more of the games we play this month, just for the record. I had a lot of extra time to do this. Today, I'm going to be back to watching my Neighbor's House, which means by like 10:30 I need to be wrapping up my streams. So, I'm going to be on a time limit at that point. Which is unfortunate, but it's how it works. I gotta get paid. Like, money is important. I need that. I need that a lot right now. So, we'll see. Anyway, everybody, thank you all for hanging out, joining me for Bikini Armor August Part 2. We'll definitely do some more stuff. I have to admit, my list of Bikini Armor games is lacking. I've been trying to... I keep trying to make something... Keep trying to add to the list, but frankly, they're just not great. Like, there's just not a lot of them. Let me see here. What do I have on the list here? Let's see. Athena. We did Athena. Yeah, let me see here. Gauntlet. We played some Gauntlet. We started Valis. We did some Golden Axe. On the NES, there's a few things on the NES. The Wing of Medulla is not a great game, but we could definitely stop by that. Oh! I think I know. I know when I can start. It's not something I'll be able to beat in one stream, which makes it totally acceptable to stop playing it every so often. Game that I have actually been wanting to stream for a while. That's actually a great idea. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the best Bikini Armor game on the NES. And you might not even realize it's Bikini Armor till you think about it. Guardian Legend. I think that's what I'll do. I think we'll do some Guardian Legend. Oh, hey, Sabrina. Oh, you can't see that actually. The TV's blocked by Mary. You'd rather look at Mary anyway. I'd rather look at Mary anyway. Gosh, I wish she was real so I could give her a hug right now. She looks soft. I want... I'm lonely. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna wrap up for the night. I will see you guys later. I am going to
Go away now and stop procrastinating so I can leave. Alright. Let us end for the night. This is Ben Quinn Michael from Shaggy Fiddle Studios, channel 14, WNBI TV, or high on Retro Junk. And like I always say at the end of all of my shows, like it or not, I'll be back next time. Good night. Thank you, King King. You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.